Fishing.
When people think sleep apnea, they think CPAP. Now at Advent, we do all we can to help sleep apnea sufferers avoid the CPAP machine. And most sleep apnea sufferers who come to Advent are going to be able to avoid a CPAP altogether. Our unique Advent approach using simple in-office solutions can get your nose working and throat open all under one roof. You see, the root of every snoring and obstructive sleep apnea problem lies within the throat, nose, or both. At Advent, we know when we get the nose and throat working properly, most snoring and sleep apnea problems will subside. And we have the most simple and convenient, ultra-effective in-office solutions that can do just that. And this is why people have traveled by planes, trains, and automobiles from corners of the world you would never think of to find the sleep apnea and snoring relief you won't find elsewhere.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better.
AdventKnows.com.
Most insurance accepted.
If you need a place for new home interior ideas, then you have to come talk to us. Our on-staff decorators know furniture, home decor, and a lot more. And they're not only creative, but also very willing to help you make great choices. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating taste come to find premium home decor at a value. Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee. Stop in often, because our inventory changes daily.
Design Exchange.
Previously, it has been gently loved. But here, you'll only find very well-conditioned premium home decor items that you likely won't find elsewhere. Distinctive furniture, unique antiques, and original art, and other tasteful home decor at a value. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating taste come to find premium home decor on consignment at 25 to 40% off retail prices in Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
For over a century, local radio has evolved with the needs of the community. From politics to pop culture, we keep you informed, bringing you the most relevant news, online, on air, and on the go. You have trusted us with your news, sports, weather, and entertainment. Trust us to keep moving with you. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress local broadcasting is here to stay.
The biggest gig in the world has finally returned. Summerfest is here, and WTMJ will be broadcasting live from the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin Mobile Studio, right on the lakefront. Come by, say hi. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
6 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano. This is Wisconsin's Morning News, Thursday, June 26th. Our top story. The Iranian leader declares victory from a secure location.
I'm Erik. Bilstad. A trio of setbacks for Wisconsin Democrats.
I'm Debbie Lazaga, looking pretty good across the entire system. Not seeing too many delays out there, or incidents for that matter. We are in good shape. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast for today. Partly cloudy, warm, and humid with a chance of showers and storms. High 84 lakeside, 90 degrees inland. Scattered showers and storms, a possibility once again tonight. Low down to 69. We're at 71 in Milwaukee. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah, claiming victory over Israel in his first public comments since the ceasefire was declared in the war between the two countries. The Ayatollah, in a video message released through Iranian state media, said his country had, quote, delivered a hand slap to America's face. The nation's leader has not been seen in public since taking shelter in a secret location after the outbreak of the war.
A little bit more this morning about the U.S. attack on Iran's nuclear facilities as the White House disputes an early assessment from American intelligence officials on how effective the attack may have been.
Earlier this week, a preliminary intelligence report leaked to the media claimed Iran's nuclear program had been set back only a few months. A defense intelligence agency which produced the report calling it a low-confidence assessment, not a final conclusion, adding it will take days to weeks to properly assess the effectiveness of the strikes. Officials now revealing 12 of the 14 so-called bunker buster bombs were dropped on Iran's heavily protected Fordo nuclear facility, intentionally steered to drop down ventilation shafts.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio.
Learning more this morning about the U.S. attack on those facilities. We have that coming up at 6:10. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking for Congress to get President Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill onto his desk by Independence Day. Annex Wealth Management CEO Dave Spano telling WTMJ.
What we're seeing in the bill right now is a renewal of the Trump's 2017 tax cuts for both households and small businesses. But, obviously there's parts in there that not everyone's going to like, and I personally don't like, but deeper cuts to Medicaid. More than a dozen House Republicans have said changes made by the Senate won't get their approval next door.
The state Supreme Court is handing out a number of setbacks for state Democrats.
The court is refusing to hear challenges seeking to throw out the state's current congressional district boundaries before the 2026 midterms. Democrats had asked the court to redraw the maps, putting 2 of the state's 6 congressional seats held by Republicans into play. Additionally, the body ruling that Governor Tony Evers improperly used his partial veto on a bill that detailed the plan for spending on new literacy programs for K-12 students. The court also siding with the legislature in stating the Budget Committee can legally put money into an emergency fund to be distributed later. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
According to a new poll, more than half of Wisconsinites do not want Governor Tony Evers to run for a third term.
42% say he should seek a third term. 55% say he should not.
That's Marquette Law School poll director Charles Franklin sharing the results of a recent statewide poll. Past polling also showed voters largely opposed giving a third term to former Republican Governor Scott Walker.
This is from January of 2016, when it was 36% saying Walker should run again, 61% no.
Evers has said he won't announce if he'll run for a third term until after the current state budget process is complete. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Centers for Disease Control Vaccine Advisory Board is reviewing recommendations on vaccines today, but local health experts expressing concern over what could be decided.
City Health Commissioner Dr. Michael Todorias says the newly created CDC Vaccine Advisory Board could impose limitations on what insurers could cover when it comes to vaccine availability.
Private citizens are going to have to find a way to get a vaccine that were previously covered under insurance and now are not.
Todorias says if moves further politicize the CDC, health experts may have to rely on another organization.
I think it is entirely possible that we come to a point in the near future where we say we don't trust what the CDC is saying.
Sean Brenda, WTMJ News.
Getting an update on the case out of Fond du Lac. A woman there is surviving an axe attack.
New details reveal both the victim's arms were broken and she has multiple head fractures. The man now charged with attempted murder is her ex-boyfriend, 34-year-old Hayden Daffinson, now behind bars on $5 million bond. Fond du Lac County District Attorney Erik telling us,
I've seen some of the photos and I just want to be careful. We're grateful that this woman is alive, that she survived.
Court records reveal Daffinson was caught in Germantown after a car chase. His legs and shoes were found covered in blood. Julia Fellow, WTMJ News.
Coming up, Yelly heads to the fest. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:05.
Summer is finally here. We're outside and maybe noticing the condition of our old windows. Gene Miller here for my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors, your local experts in stylish, energy-efficient replacement windows. Boost your curb appeal with top brands like Pella, Anderson, and Marvin, tailored to fit your home, your style, and your budget. Plus, installation by employee carpenters. Wood, vinyl, fiberglass, all on display in their newly remodeled New Berlin showroom. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need. Visit hometownwindows.com today.
An unsuspecting driver at a gas station in Wisconsin.
Welcome, Pump 15. How you doing?
Great.
Were you wearing your seatbelt today?
I never wear my seatbelt.
We're going to get him. We're going to get him real good.
Oh, my goodness.
Hello, sir. How you doing? Donald Driver. It takes 1 second to strap a seatbelt on. Well, let's do this. Let's do it together. Now, don't that feel better?
Donald Driver can't always be there to remind you.
Click it or ticket.
And let's reduce fatalities on Wisconsin roadways.
And I should have recognized your voice when you're harassing.
I'm watching you.
Sponsored by Wisconsin DOT.
I'm Jim Token, president of the Automobile Dealers Association of Metro Milwaukee. Nobody can keep your car running smoothly like an Adam new car dealer. Adam service technicians are factory trained and use original factory parts backed by a warranty. Best of all, you'll find competitive pricing equal to or even lower than independent shops. A well-maintained car delivers maximum gas mileage and saves you money. Call an Adam dealer today because you're always better off at an Adam new car dealer.
Get an oil change and safety inspection today.
EAA AirVenture Oshkosh. Early bird discount extended until June 30th. Tickets at EAA.org/tickets. An unforgettable week, July 21st through the 27th. All the only in Oshkosh moments. A week full of endless possibilities. Daily air shows, world-class performers, historic aircraft displays, hands-on activities for all ages. 18 and under get in free thanks in part to the Boeing Company. Don't wait. Lock in with the early bird pricing extension today at EAA.org/tickets.
Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. Family owned, family operated, family priced. Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. There's one near you.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:08.
Highest ever draft pick in the history of Wisconsin. You'll hear from him in sports at 6:15.
One of Milwaukee's premier hotels is once again getting foreclosed. The Iron Horse Hotel is foreclosing less than a year after its bankruptcy reorganization filing was closed. The Journal Sentinel reports that the judgment of the foreclosure against the hotel's owner was posted by Milwaukee County Circuit Court Judge David Porowski on June 23rd. The Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office may put the operating foreclosed hotel up for auction, but nothing has yet to be confirmed at this time.
A Milwaukee All-Star headed to the world's largest music festival.
Brewer slugger Christian Yelich will be at the American Family Insurance House on the Summerfest grounds tonight at 5:30. Milwaukee World Festival President and CEO Sarah Pancari tells WTMJ.
Interact with our fans, and he's going to add Summerfest headlining the house to his resume, which is so great. We'd love to have him.
The second weekend of Summerfest includes performances by Lainey Wilson, The Killers, and Megan Thee Stallion. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Add Nestle to the list of food giants eliminating artificial dyes from its products.
Nestle says it will stop using those colors by the middle of next year. The company says only 10% of its products still contain those dyes. Nesquik Banana Strawberry Milk is still made with red number 3, which federal regulators banned in January because of its potential cancer risk. FDA Commissioner Marty McCary expects more food companies will follow suit.
We are responding to the science and responding to public demand.
Last week, Kraft Heinz and General Mills announced they would remove artificial dyes from their lineups by 2027. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Coming up, which report is true? Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:09.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. You're going to love this. There's free pizza today at the Amazing Mind Chef restaurant in Hartford. Business owners, managers, coaches, listen up. Check this out. Every Thursday, when you buy one pizza, your second pizza's free. Buy 2 pizzas, get 2 free. Buy 5, get 5 free pizzas. You got a big hungry crew. Buy 20 pizzas, get 20 free. Bring in pizza today for your loyal employees and your clients. They'll appreciate you big time. Coaches, bring in your soccer, baseball, basketball, track, tennis team. It's free pizza at the Mine Shaft restaurant. And your players are going to love that world-class game room, super affordable team bonding. The Mine Shaft in beautiful downtown Hartford. It's right off Highway 41 in Oshkosh. 2 locations, easy to get to. Lots of close parking, plenty of seating. And a reminder, the Friday all-you-can-eat fish fry is $7.99. What a crazy low price. So don't cook today. Order now and pick up your pizza shortly, or dine in and enjoy your free Thursday pizza. MineShaftRestaurant.com. Big food, big fun. It's the Mine Shaft.
Checking in with Debbie here at 6:10.
Well, we've got a pretty good ride shaping up. Right now, we've got one broken down vehicle on northbound 94 at Drexel. It's off on the right shoulder, not really affecting the ride. Volume's picking up a little bit, but everything's rolling along just fine. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Partly cloudy skies for today and more sunshine this morning will warm our temperatures towards the mid-80s by the lake, close to 90 inland. Look for a lake breeze to cool our temperatures down by the lake heading into this afternoon. Still the chance for some scattered showers and storms on and off for today. Tonight, more showers and thunderstorms, low temperatures in the upper 60s. Friday, small chance of rain early and then finally a drier and calmer stretch of weather. Friday afternoon, more sunshine with a high temperature near 80. Dry on Saturday, partly cloudy skies, high temperatures upper 70s and lower 80s. Sunday, the heat and humidity returns. High temperature pushes close to 90 degrees with the chance for some afternoon and evening storms. Monday, partly cloudy with high temperatures in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore, the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Milwaukee 71.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Erik Bilstad.
Coming up on 612 this Thursday morning, new report this morning countering a previously leaked document suggesting the U.S. military strike on Iran was not as successful as advertised.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
This morning, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth has a news conference scheduled at the Pentagon. President Trump posting to social media that Hegseth will speak at 7 a.m. our time as the administration forcefully contends the U.S. strike crippled Iran's nuclear program.
President Trump is standing by his claim that last week's bombing campaign destroyed Iran's nuclear facilities.
It was very successful. It was called obliteration.
The director of the CIA now saying credible intelligence indicates Iran's nuclear program has been severely damaged, adding several key Iranian nuclear facilities were destroyed and would have to be rebuilt over the course of years.
That's ABC's Nicole D'Antonio reporting. Now, some of the new intelligence bolstered by more specifics on how the U.S. actually steered some of these massive bunker-busting bombs toward their targets at multiple Iranian nuclear sites.
Now claiming that 12 bombs were intentionally steered through ventilation shafts of the Fordo facility, inflicting heavy damage. And intelligence officials now insist structures destroyed at 3 key nuclear sites will take years to rebuild.
It's ABC's Andrea Fujii reporting on that CIA intelligence. If you've watched the coverage on TV, you've probably seen the before and after satellite pictures of these sites, right? Which are not very dramatic.
It's hard to tell, hard to see what's going on there.
So this report suggesting you're not going to learn a lot from that because these bombs dove deep underground. I had read some 300 feet, which if you want a perspective, that's about the height of the City Hall Tower downtown. That's how far underground the bombs went. They went that far under the surface to do their damage, so one could reason the surface is not where you're going to see any dramatic before and after. So you have to rely on the human intelligence, regardless of which report may be right. That initial report also said to be of low confidence just based on initial views and things that the U.S. intelligence was able to gather. So expect a fiery news conference from Secretary Hegseth this morning from the Pentagon. 6:14 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Start your weekend tonight with a free dinner at the historic Fox and Hound Supper Club, the most beautiful and affordable summer dining destination. WTMJ's John Mercure here, and I love the Fox and Hounds. It's a special place for our family. When you buy one dinner, your second dinner is free. Desserts and ice cream drinks are buy one, get one free. I love the Grasshopper, the Bailey's drink. Oh, my gosh, buy one, get one free. Order a smothered sirloin, grilled salmon, the new beef short rib mac and cheese, pasta, a big fresh salad, any entree, your second dinner is free. 7 nights a week. Relax with a cold beverage on the patio in the woods, then your free dinner in one of the 8 beautiful, unique dining rooms. The award-winning Fox and Hound Supper Club, just off Highway 167 near Holy Hill. The drive through the Kettle Moraine is a Wisconsin summer must-see. Weekends might be too busy? Check out your free dinner tonight. Don't cook, go out for drinks and a free delicious dinner. Tables are open. Check it out. It's my favorite place. It's the famous Fox and Hounds.
Vince Vitrano for Inspired Closets Milwaukee. Or how about this? You like Don for Inspired Closets? Listen to this review from one of my fellow customers. I would highly recommend Inspired Closets Milwaukee. I saw a photo that I liked online. Molly made it happen. That's who Don worked with over there. It looks just like I imagined it. I've told you how our front closet looks after our project. You can text closet to the WTMJ Talk and Text line, 855-616-1620 if you want to see it. More importantly, if you want to see how your project will look, visit Inspired Closets Milwaukee. You can use their new augmented reality tool. It's called Envision. And with photos from your home, it will take you inside what a newly designed garage or pantry or bedroom or closet would look like. Stop in, tell them Vinny sent you to give it a try, or check out the video on the website for more information. Inspired Days start in Inspired Closets. InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
NBA draft continues tonight. The Bucks did not have a first-round pick, so we go tonight at the number 47 overall position. Wisconsin basketball, however, made history.
With the 4th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Con Knippel from Duke University.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, from Duke, but also from Wisconsin Lutheran High School.
Yes, sir.
Yes, the former Wisconsin Mr. Basketball becomes the highest draft pick ever in the history of our state. I guess I forgot to look at where T. Smith went, where Devin Harris went, some of the others, but talking with NBA Network here, Knippel says his love for basketball actually started not on the floor, but as a kid on the screen. playing video games.
Just started with a love for players, and then you start to idolize players and what makes them tick, what makes them good. And, a lot of that comes with the work ethic and the love for basketball itself, and that carried over.
And now he's one of them.
This seems like a good kid.
Yes, right, by all accounts. Yeah. Family was there, a lot of celebrations. NBA draft resumes tonight, 7 p.m. our time. Bucks, if we stay where we are, would draft in the 17th position tonight.
Speaking of good kids, it was all the talk. The blockbuster of all blockbuster shows, The Miz v. Skeens, one showing only at American Family Field.
The Miz. Miz versus Skeens here this afternoon.
Just about a capacity crowd on hand as The Miz is the first one out of that first base dugout. And what an atmosphere.
1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 101. Climbed the ladder and he strikes out Horwitz. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Breaking ball down and away. And what a start for The Miz here this afternoon. Listen to this crowd.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Elevated fastball. 98 on the gun. Strikeout number 4 of the 8 batters that Mizorowski has faced.
2-2 again for Miz. Got him! 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a curveball.
1-2 now. Got him.
And he locked him up for strike 3.
Swing and a miss. He gassed him up. He blew him away. 102 miles an hour.
3-2 pitch. And he got him looking with a slider. Jacob Mizorowski, his 8th strikeout of this game. And about as fired up as you'll see him running back into that first base dugout. I mean, that is just filth from Jacob Mizorowski. He is putting on a show.
And there you have it. What a game. Everything about it was pretty incredible.
Who sells out Wednesday afternoon?
Yeah, so the Brewers would hold on to win the game 4-2. Miz would end with a line of 5 innings, 0 runs. This guy is yet to give up a run. 2 hits, 8 Ks, 2 walks. So not bad. I'd say that was okay. Afterward, he would tell Sophia Minnaert.
So much fun. I mean, electric, the fans here were awesome, 40-something thousand, so it's awesome. It's awesome they came out.
Yeah, so he was really excited.
Thanks for coming out, folks.
All right.
I'm here all summer.
How about it, though? They would hold on to win 4-2. No game today. The Crew back at it tomorrow, hosting the Rockies, who are also terrible. Need to feast on teams like that. But, wow, the Miz, the show holds up, man. The show holds up. As good as advertised.
And Skeens, not that I felt a little bad for him because he plays on a terrible team.
Oh, yeah, right.
Right. Some of that wasn't his fault.
It really was. And actually was pretty good also, other than some of that snowball fight that you saw in the second inning with the Pirates throwing the ball around.
Throw the ball all over. Looked like Little League there for a little bit. Dude's got to get back on the hill and be like, can anyone help me here?
Mm-hmm.
Who doesn't need a seasonal wardrobe update? But who has the cash to always keep their wardrobe updated? Ladies, that's why you shop St. Vincent de Paul. Our women's clothing is always a highlight of our stores, and thrift store prices keep the costs low. It allows you to experiment and also find a hidden gem. St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
Ooh, you're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Panic strikes as you realize on Wednesday that Thursday is your anniversary. The reservations being secured.
We'll see you at 8.
The gift being purchased. Yeah, you've got this. Just like Associated Bank's got you with early pay up to 2 days early on direct deposits. So even though they call you Last Minute Lisa, we'll make your last minute scrambling a bit easier. You've got this with early pay from Associated Bank. See associatedbank.com/checking or ask a banker for details. Member FDIC.
The biggest gig in the world has finally returned. Summerfest is here, and WTMJ will be broadcasting live from the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin mobile studio, right on the lakefront.
Yes, he goes.
Come by, say hi, meet your favorite WTMJ hosts. It's WTMJ at Summerfest all fest long. We are Wisconsin's radio station, WTMJ.
622, Debbie, what do you see?
Well, looks like we've got an accident on the off-ramp from southbound 41 to Capitol Drive, so watch out for that. Other than that, we've actually got a pretty good ride shaping up. Really don't have any other issues out on the roads and nothing else slowing down. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your WTMJ forecast brought to you by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Unstable weather with us here. We've got humid conditions with showers and storms possible through the day. High of 84 lakeside, 90 inland. Scattered showers and storms possibility once again tonight. Low down to 69. For Friday, slight chance of a shower in the morning. Sunshine by the afternoon and a high of 80 degrees. And for the weekend, high temperatures in the upper 70s to low 80s on Saturday under partly cloudy skies. Sunday, a high of 90. Hot and humid with afternoon chance of thunderstorms. Right now, 71.
You know, we've talked a lot about robotics, right, and what that can become. And we've seen it, that robots have the ability to do a lot of different things. They have the agility to do a lot. But really, they don't have the endurance to pull it off.
When you look at some of the commercial robotic technologies, you know, the length of time that they operate for is pretty small. If you have like a quadcopter, so it's like a flying drone, flying helicopter, you know, they last for maybe 20 or 30 minutes on like a battery. And then Spot, which is a very famous robot, it's the robotic dog that people have probably seen lots of videos online. You know, they only operate for an hour and a half.
Yeah, 90 minutes maybe for some
that
robotic
dog?
things. That's
seen that guy, yeah.
Yeah, that four-legged thing kind of with
falls down.
Yeah, no real head, but it can do flips and do things. So 90 minutes, which is not nothing, but it's not terribly long. James Peichel there, you heard. Associate Professor of Mechanical Engineering at UW-Madison. So you can plug them in, you can recharge the battery.
Of course.
But at that point, you know, what else can you do?
It's not really a useful robot if it has to, you know, sit and charge for an hour every hour. And so I think that's kind of those kind of challenges first got us started thinking about this.
Yeah, thinking about what? Well, thinking about consumption. What kind of sustenance can a robot take advantage of like an animal?
Well, why do animals do so well, right? We can go a really long time without eating. It may not be comfortable, but we can operate, you know, like a week without eating. Why can robots only last for an hour and a half? So what is the fundamental way that we store energy and how is it different than robots? And so that's kind of the process that we went through in this work. And so we store energy in fat. Fat is very energy dense. It's as, you know, energy dense as gasoline. It's very comparable to a lot of our other fuels.
Yeah. So how can we make a robot do
Fat?
something like that? Yes.
So what I'm hearing here is we need fat robots.
Yes, right. Got a little fat because that fat we can digest that. The
Okay, no, I
protein,
get it.
carbohydrates, right? Could we do something like that for a robot using metals? Something that's very energy dense, similar to gasoline or to fat. You know, energy per volume type of stuff. So, well, you know this. So, like, they use aluminum for rocket fuel, right? They use a metal for something like that. Can you do something similar for a robotic type?
So we started to ask the question of, can you digest metals, right? A human wouldn't want to digest metals. It's a very energy dense source. But we have a lot of synthetic and robotic technologies that use metals. Can we actually just extract the energy from those metals directly? And then maybe you have like little metal chips.
Yes, and that's what they're thinking about doing. How can you use like metal chips of some type that have all this energy in them and have a robot be able to eat it or consume it?
There's the challenge of how do you make the technology so that a robot can digest something like a piece of metal. And that's something we're working on today.
Yes. So robots eating some type of metal instead of actually using a battery because a payload can be very heavy. It can add to the weight. This, it would just be able to mark it and say, okay, I need to eat something now in order to keep working. I'm going to chew on this metal chip and then can continue to do my job.
So the most significant part of that, it would be the robot could feed itself.
Yes.
Right? Taking out that human component of needing to replace the battery or whatever.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be like a humanoid robot, remember.
You can then distribute that metal fuel to your mechanical systems, whether it be a robot or an aircraft or an electric vehicle, right? These are all basically robots. We think of them sometimes as purely humanoid robots, but all of our kind of sophisticated transportation technologies are all becoming robotic in their function. And metal fuels are actually a really nice way to power them.
Yeah, right? Isn't that amazing? We were talking about the battery-powered airplane the other day.
Right.
So something like this. All right, put in another chip.
No, I prefer going back to the humanoid robot, though. The humanoid robot who's hungry.
Well, so I did ask about that. Children get cranky when they don't eat.
Yeah.
Right? So
yeah.
So would there be like behavioral issues that would come with some type of robot if it's not getting the consumption it needs?
That's an interesting question. Yeah, I mean, you would hope not, right?
Yeah, you would hope not.
You would hope not. I'm supposed to be on my union break now. 15 minutes for snack.
There are no more Cheerios left. Nothing else to eat.
Are we ever going to do any shopping in this house?
I was hoping that they would be like actually using fat, and then I would volunteer as tribute because I have plenty.
Tribute. Let me help you with that. Just suck this here off of me.
There you go.
And you can go all day. News about your money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Dow Jones Industrial Average closed down about 107 points at 42,982. The NASDAQ at 19,974. That was up 61 points on the day. And the S&P 500 largely flat, remains at 60.92. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck with either Band-Aid or sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only 1-day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Kandula. Outside of Advent's 4 walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. Most studies show no connection between flu vaccines and autism, but the CDC is voting today on an ingredient found in some flu shots called thimerosal, mercury-based preservative. Some are questioning the reasoning for this vote because ABC's Sonny Saltzman from our medical unit tells us
this ingredient has already been removed from all pediatric vaccines, and it's been removed from 96% of flu vaccines.
Today, Iran's supreme leader is claiming victory over Israel, his first public statement since hiding during Israel's attacks, boasting that Iran delivered a hand slap to America's face. Relief from the heat spell. A lot in some areas, not a lot in the Ohio Valley, the only place in the U.S. still sweltering under an extreme heat warning today. 4 private astronauts just docked with the International Space Station aboard a rocket by Axiom, hoping to make its own space station someday. This is ABC News.
Well, we got a crash on the off-ramp to Capitol Drive from southbound 41, so heads up with that. Also, a little bit of a backup from Appleton Avenue down to Hampton on southbound 41. The northbound side's backing up a little bit right before Mayfair Road up past North Avenue. The rest of the system looking pretty good. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm team forecast, partly cloudy, warm and humid today with a chance of showers and storms. High of 90 degrees, will be about 5-6 degrees cooler at Summerfest. Scattered showers and storms, low down to 69 tonight. Milwaukee up to 73. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, the Wisconsin Supreme Court refusing to hear challenges seeking to throw out the state's current congressional district boundaries before the 26 midterms. Democrats had asked the court to redraw the maps, putting 2 of the state's 6 congressional seats currently held by Republicans more into play. The court also ruled that Governor Tony Evers improperly used his partial veto on a bill that detailed a plan for spending on new literacy programs for K-12 students.
The latest Marquette University law poll finds that more than half of Wisconsin voters don't want Governor Evers to run for a third term in office. Governor Evers has said he won't announce whether he'll pursue another bid for governor until after the current state budget writing process is complete. Assembly Speaker Robin Vos says he hopes to have a budget finalized by the 4th of July.
No state budget yet. Not produced by the state legislature, leaving folks to wonder whether the deadline will be reached by the end of the legislative session. Metropolitan Milwaukee Association of Commerce Vice President of Governmental Affairs Andrew Davis on Wisconsin's Afternoon News said some of the budget surplus will go towards helping Milwaukee citizens.
Be it tax cut, tax reform, increased K-12 spending, and the infrastructure that you just mentioned with roads and the freeway system. And those are some of the top priorities you have to take care of every budget.
Official deadline for the biennial budget to be set is June 30th.
The run ends at 1 for a man from Mequon competing on the popular TV game show Jeopardy.
Micah Fritz entered the final Jeopardy round Wednesday with a slight lead over his competition. The final clue asked contestants to identify an early chatbot named for a language learning musical character. The answer? Eliza Doolittle.
Micah Fritz in the lead with 15,800. Did he know it was Eliza? He doesn't have it. He risked 5,000, knocking him down to 10,800. Good for second place.
Fritz finishes his quick run with over $14,000 in winnings. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:34.
Coming up, Weekend 2, Day 1.
Traffic is sponsored by Angela Calais and Benefit Realty. At Benefit Realty, pay only 3.5 to 3.9% real estate commission and get all the service that you should. Benefit Realty, you pay less for full service. Benefit-realty.com.
Hi, this is Rejuvenex founder Richard Salinas. And you know, I'm a consumer just like you. And my ears perk up for pain relief messages just like you. But some of these ads...
Since I started taking this natural supplement, within weeks, my pain is completely gone.
I mean, come on, give me a break. The truth is, there are imbalances in your body causing your pain. And there's physical therapy, which we are highly skilled at, that can improve imbalances. And there are alternative pain solutions. But not all of them are proven, safe, effective, or affordable. At Rejuvenex, the effectiveness of Toradol joined with hyaluronic acid has been proven. Our treatments are affordable, FDA approved, safe, and they're powerful medicines. They calm inflammation and cushion joints, and they can make your pain go away.
Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Go to rejuvenex.com to request your free pain evaluation.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. Does your home's landscaping feel a little dated? Maybe the shrubs are overgrown or the flower beds have lost their spark. You don't need to start from scratch to make a huge impact. Landworks Wisconsin can breathe new life into your property with a professional garden renovation. The designers will work with you to refresh your plantings, redefine your garden beds, and restore your home's curb appeal. And while they're upgrading, maybe think about permanent holiday lighting. Give your garden the makeover it deserves. Visit the teams I trust at landworkswisconsin.com.
A buck doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee, Waukesha, Fort Atkinson, and Jefferson. Griffin, The buck stops here. The deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:36.
Bucks pick tonight. Wisconsin celebrates this morning. Sports at 6:45. Let's go. Today, weekend 2, day 1 of Summerfest 2025. Who's playing? What else is going on? And how do I get in for less than full price? Because, Eric, if you pay full price to get into Summerfest,
you're not trying hard enough.
Close. You just didn't try very hard. You're getting there.
Don't be afraid to stand up.
Your headliner on the American Family Insurance Amphitheater stage tonight is Lainey Wilson. Special guests Lucas Nelson and Shane Smith and the Saints. Listening right now to Freddie Jones Band. What a perfect summer jam band. Great sound for an afternoon show on the lakefront. They're 3:30 on the Uline Warehouse stage. You look at me just as
I love that.
You like the 3:30?
Oh.
I thought that's a tad early.
Well, I'm a big fan of those midday afternoon.
Right.
I've seen some pretty awesome bands play in the middle of the afternoon at Summerfest. Love it.
Local pick for you. Mike Mangione, amazing singer-songwriter from the area, guitarist and super guy. 5:30 and 7:30 at the small stage at the Johnsonville Somerville stage. That's north end of the grounds. Devo and the Psychedelic Furs, among others, performing today. What else is going on? Wisconsin's midday news and what's on tap with Sandy Max. Both shows will originate live from Meyer Festival Park. So Greg and Jessica will get that going right when the gates open today at noon. Chance to meet Brewers All-Star Christian Yelich. American Family Insurance House will host the Brewers Yelich for a question and answer session, followed by a VIP meet and greet for the first 50 fans in line.
What's the first question you think? Something with The Miz?
Right.
All right, yeah, I guess, yeah.
Right. I'm having a good year, too. I'm an all-star. Pretty good at baseball. Glow Golf from 8:30 to 10:30. They're lighting up the Lexus Hole-in-One Challenge, so you get to watch balls fly in the dark. Also, it's Throwback Thursday. Very popular. So from noon to 6 p.m., admission is just $5. 4 admissions promotions for Summerfest Weekend 2 would be ahead, but 50% off all beer, seltzer, cherry vodka, lemonade, water, and soda. Yee. Is that a good idea? They cut it off at 6 o'clock. Summerfest Week 2, Day 1, gates open at noon today.
Set sail this June for a boundless bounty at Potawatomi. Come aboard, and you might win a share of $300,000 in cash and prizes. Just play with your rewards card for entries. Prize drawings on Thursdays. Boundless Bounty this June at Potawatomi Casino Hotel, Milwaukee. Your win is waiting. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Vince Vitrano here for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. When it's time to upgrade, and you know when it's time for those windows and doors, you want to work with the best, but you may be thinking, it's tough times right now, you're not sure about the economy, and I don't want to spend too much. Pella, you know, that was the best in the industry. Well, they've got a product line for every budget. So right now you can get no interest and pay nothing for up to 2 years. So if your plan was, well, let's just kind of wait on it, well, you can wait on paying for it and get it right now. Pella truly believes that quality windows and doors do not have to be expensive. So they've got a range of affordable options, products assembled right here in America. You get the look you want at the price you can afford. And then Pella has the free in-home consultation. So what you get at the end of that is a no-obligation quote and a range of available financing. So you know exactly what the deal is. Get new windows and doors from Pella easier than you think. Certain restrictions do apply, and the deal ends at the end of this month. So set your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia problems, cognitive decline. It's their specialty. They're great at it. And they also offer early memory loss classes. They can help your loved one with locations throughout our state, many here in southeast Wisconsin. I've been in their facilities. They're top-notch. It's kindness at the core. It's compassion and empathy at Azura. Wisconsin-based and family-owned. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
Debbie, what do you got at 641?
We got this accident on the off-ramp from southbound 41 to Capitol Drive, so heads up with that. Otherwise, a little bit backed up right past Appleton Avenue. Northbound's a little backed up from Mayfair Road up to Burleigh. 43 and 94, both of these roadways looking just fine. Not seeing really any other delays anywhere else. I'm Debbie Lozgo with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Partly cloudy skies for today and more sunshine this morning will warm our temperatures towards the mid-80s by the lake, close to 90 inland. Look for a lake breeze to cool our temperatures down by the lake heading into this afternoon. Still the chance for some scattered showers and storms on and off for today. Tonight, more showers and thunderstorms, low temperatures in the upper 60s. Friday, small chance of rain early and then finally a drier and calmer stretch of weather. Friday afternoon, more sunshine with a high temperature near 80. Dry on Saturday, partly cloudy skies, high temperatures upper 70s and lower 80s. Sunday, the heat and humidity returns. High temperature pushes close to 90 degrees with the chance for some afternoon and evening storms. Monday, partly cloudy with high temperatures in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore, the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Milwaukee at 73.
It's time to recognize ourselves another everyday hero. An everyday hero is someone we here on Wisconsin's Morning News identify as an average John or Jane Doe who had no idea when they got up one morning they'd be saving a life. Everyday Hero is sponsored by Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living, transforming the culture of care. Azura Memory Care. Today we head to Dublin, Ireland.
Dublin.
Yep. Yeah, saw that one coming a mile.
You're
away.
welcome. Right.
I expect more.
We're
of
going to
that,
be saving somebody's life then.
You'll love this. Thomas Zariba with his truck driver. So he's delivering groceries. He's from Poland, but he works there in Dublin.
And Zariba.
He's a truck driver, and he's delivering. So he's driving around one day, and he sees a 3-story building there in one of the neighborhoods of Dublin on fire. So he's like, holy cow, and he sees the smoke coming and there's flames pouring out of this building, and he sees that some people that have been stuck in this fire have already started to see and have already jumped from this 3-story building and are pretty busted up. He sees that he sees one guy. He tells the Irish Times, well, this guy clearly was in trouble because I saw one person jump in there and he was busted up. He broke his legs and clearly had nowhere else to go. So what does this guy do? What does Zariba decide to do to help some of these folks in this building? Well, he goes, well, I could use my truck. So he backs up his truck, beep, 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 to the back of the building, just pulls it up, hits the building with it, turns on his flashers, and yells over, hey, jump.
Jump onto the truck.
Yes.
Right, so you don't have to go down 2-3 stories.
So dude who has nowhere else to go, has been screaming for help, jumps onto the back of the truck. And then what does he do? Well, he slowly pulls him out there and he gets him to safety. Saves this guy's life because there is nowhere else to go. He would have jumped, and God knows if it would have been any worse than what the other guy did who broke his legs. Here's the best part. What does he tell the Irish Times after he gets this guy to safety? Well, he keeps delivering the groceries.
I've got folks waiting on their groceries here. No, he's
going.
Polish. Yeah.
Right.
I don't have that.
But saves lives. No one. You wouldn't think of that. Well, okay, I'm just going to pull the truck up. You jump on the back of it, and we'll get you to safety. Because you just jump on the back of this here truck. Thank you, Thomas Zariba, for being an everyday hero.
Zariba, where you been with me groceries? I've been waiting for hours
for the apples.
Right.
Everyday Hero, sponsored by Azura Memory Care, Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living, transforming the culture of care. By the way, if you'd like to see video, there is video of him doing this. Just text the word HERO to the WTMJ Talk and Text line, 855-616-1620, HERO. And you can see video of him catching a guy in the back of the truck.
Adair Floors has the newest flooring styles. Luxury vinyl flooring in plank and tile looks. Or choose from carpeting, hardwood, and porcelain tile. Flooring for every room in your home. Get personal care from Adair. Adair Floors and Remodeling, South 27th Street in Franklin.
Vince Vitrano here for the top doctors in our area, Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Not me saying it. I mean, well, it is right now, literally, but because of my knee surgery, to follow-up care, success of my friends and family, OAW has provided expert care, but it's also other patients. Milwaukee Magazine out with its annual top doctors list, 14 of them Doctors at Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. 14. And I know you may be reluctant to get that nagging injury looked at because you don't want to do surgery, right? Most of what these folks do is help people recover from and prevent injuries without surgical intervention. If you do decide that have that surgery, as I did, from anything from a simple knee scope to total joint replacement, you know you're in the best of hands. Check them out in Washington County. Walk right in at an Ortho ASAP clinic in Brookfield or Pewaukee, or get started online at orthowisconsin.com.
From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Round 2 tonight in the NBA draft. Unless the Bucks make some sort of move, it'll be a minute before we're on the clock. 47th overall means we're 17th tonight. Wednesday night, early in round 1. Folks at Wisconsin Lutheran High School reacting to the pick, one of their own. Con Kneppel taken number 4 by the Charlotte Hornets. That video posted by TMJ4's Susan Kim, who was at that celebration. Kneppel played his college hoops at Duke, talking with ESPN, his 4 brothers by his side.
I mean, it's such a blessing from God to be able to enter the NBA, but to be able to share it with your family is beyond comprehension. So it's such a special moment for us and for me.
How special was it, though, Con? Because here, ESPN reporter now turns to the brothers, okay? And she's like, okay, you guys all play. When you go at it in the driveway, in the backyard or whatever, who's the best when you really get after it?
If it was on lower hoops than me, I would dominate in the paint,
All right, well, we appreciate that. You guys
all right, okay, we're done with you, younger brother.
I mean, if it's a lower hoop, I got it.
I totally got this. Hey, they all looked really sharp. Kneppel, Wisconsin's Mr. Basketball from the state championship days at Wisco. Highest ever draft pick for a Wisconsin kid. Round 2, 7 p.m. tonight.
Well, if it's 7-footer, it's me.
I mean, if we lower the rim a little bit.
Well, it was quite the show there at American Family Field.
3-2 pitch. And he got him looking with a slider. Jacob Mizorowski, his 8th strikeout of this game, and about as fired up as you'll see him running back into that first base dugout.
Yes, the Miz does it, dominates as the Brewers beat the Pirates and Paul Skeens 4-2. This place was electric. What a game, what a crowd. Everything about it was awesome.
Sell out for a Wednesday afternoon.
Here's my favorite call. So listen to Lane here. So this is strikeout number 3. Just listen to Lane just giggle.
0-2 pitch. And he strikes out in his first at bat here this afternoon. Another slider at 94, clipped the outside corner. I mean, that is just filth from Jacob Mizorowski.
They're running out of adjectives.
It's just like
dirty, nasty, filthy.
You just can't hit that. Like, it just is the way he just laughs.
It's funny.
At it. So afterward, Miz addressed reporters with this.
I'm the Miz, and I'm awesome.
No, that
didn't sound like him.
That's not him. No, here's what Murph had to say about it. Murph was happy.
The fact that he understood it and understood the magnitude it meant for our team. It's about the team. And I think he got it loud and clear.
Both pitchers would hit 100 miles per hour or more. Skeens would do it once. Miz would do it multiple times. It wasn't even close. This is just the 7th time in the pitch tracking era that something like that would happen. Both
Uribe
pitchers.
and McGill for the Brewers also hit 100.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing?
3 guys hitting.
Skeens, by the way,
triple
did
digits.
it once. Miz did it 19 times.
For those with a warm weather fashion passion, try St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores because that's where you'll find a vast array of men's, women's, girls, and boys' warm weather apparel at the friendliest prices. So many choices and at such a value. You can fill the closet without draining your wallet. Shop warm weather fashions at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Buy 1 pair of glasses from Shopko Optical. Each additional pair is always half off. Vince Vitrano for Shopko Optical. Enjoying my new glasses. I got 1 pair for reading now, and I keep another in the car with a different prescription to see better for driving at night. You can save hundreds of dollars with the special offers on contact lenses if that's more your style. Best part here, all under one roof. You got the docs there. They provide the comprehensive eye exams and personalized care because your vision changes over time, and they see and monitor those changes, make sure your eyes are always in focus. See how much time and money you can save by visiting Shopko Optical. Dozens of locations across southeast Wisconsin. Got to be one near where you live or where you work. Call Shopko Optical or get started online. It's shopko.com to schedule an appointment.
Get the beat of the Bucks straight from a fan favorite and Bucks legend.
Welcome to the fantastic voyage. Marcus Johnson, the captain of this vessel.
Tap into Here District with Marcus Johnson, a Bucks Plus audio production.
My first mate, Chris Johnson, the only father and son tandem.
Your weekly pulse on the Milwaukee Bucks and conversations with the biggest names in basketball. This week on the pod, Marcus and Chris are talking all things NBA draft. Find Here District now on bucks.com/plus, the Bucks app, or wherever you get your podcast.
Hey, WDTMJ's Erik Bilstad here, reminding you to subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast. We update it every day with every interview, every segment, every bit we do on the show.
Wait, we don't do bits on the show.
You are the cream to fill my cream box.
I hope they like each other.
Boat race. The sun and the moon and the earth have become one, and so have we.
All right, maybe we do some bits.
Be sure you subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast, presented by Tri-County Contracting.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Checking the roads here at 6:52.
Northbound on 41, we have the right lane blocked right now with a broken down vehicle right just past Mayfair Road. So heads up with that. We are seeing delays coming up from Watertown Plank up to that point. We've also got a crash on 41 southbound on the off-ramp to Capitol Drive. That's got backups all the way back to Appleton Avenue. Westbound 94 starting to slow down a little bit from 27th Street to Mitchell Boulevard. Northbound 43 slowing down around the North Avenue curve up towards Keefe. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ forecast sponsored by Dave Draycamp Heating, where your comfort is their family's tradition. High of 90 degrees today. Cooler near the lake. Warm and humid with a chance of showers and storms. Scattered showers and storms a possibility once again overnight. Low down to 69. May linger into Friday morning with a chance of a morning shower. Then sunshine by the afternoon Friday. High of 80. Saturday's high upper 70s lakeside, lower 80s inland under partly cloudy skies, and Sunday partly cloudy, hot and humid with a chance in the afternoon of thunderstorms and a high of 90 degrees. 73 in Milwaukee. ESPN's Jen Latta in studio with us this morning wearing her Bucky's U.S. Tour shirt. Erik, remember that time when we don't have to revisit it?
Where you didn't go?
You didn't stop. If you know,
hey,
you
good
know.
song back there, by the way.
Oh, praise the DJ.
Yeah, it's a good tune for this morning.
You know, it's a joke as old as time. It really is. Actually, for some of us, we make your mom jokes all the time. Ah, your mom. Hey, hey, Greg, when's your mom play Summerfest?
Yes, actually this weekend, I think.
Hey, you know what? That's not even a joke because your mom is the name of a band because that's funny to say, hey, your mom's playing tomorrow. No, she really
I
is.
thought that was a bit aggressive on Pancake this morning.
The band is actually playing.
There's a band called Your Mom.
But it went too far, actually, at a Major League Baseball game, Jen. Did you hear about this? Arizona Diamondback star Ketel Marte was at bat against the White Sox Tuesday night when he looked into the stands and started shaking his head. Moments later, he was in tears. His teammates coming to comfort him. What had happened was a fan taunted him about his mother. Well, his mother had died a couple of years ago, in a tragic way, in a car crash. Made fun of his mother, and they ended up throwing that fan out because of it. Taunting a guy about his mother, it sent him into tears. I don't know if we'd ever seen anything like that in a baseball
Yeah, it is unusual, and not the idea that somebody from the stands would taunt an opposing player and try to get in their head. That happens all the time. Sometimes it's the opposing player's father standing on the court holding a towel with your kid's face. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that was the Pacers.
Yeah, that was the Pacers and the Halliburtons. No, so this is wild to me because you saw that they have now banned that fan.
Yeah.
They've said, like, no more. You know, it's a privilege to be able to sit in the seats, and, you know, we expect a certain level of behavior. But I do think it is a gray area, right? Like, fans feel emboldened when they are defending their home turf. fans think, and because they've been led to believe so, that they have a role in affecting the opposing team. It's called home court advantage, home field advantage. Where does that come from? Well, it's not just the way the outfield is configured at certain spots. It's how rowdy is the crowd? How much can they affect the mental aspect of the opponents? And so I'm not saying what this guy did was right. Like, I think we all know that there are certain things that should be off limits. But what I'm saying is there have been far, far worse things than something about a mother who has passed away that are said to these athletes. And they are taught at a really, unfortunately, young age to be able to, water off a duck's back type of thing. So, again, I'm not saying I am condoning this behavior. I'm not saying I support it. I'm not saying that they shouldn't have taken action against them. I'm saying when you go to a game and you're trying to affect the psyche of an opposing player, you're going to go to we celebrate, do we not, guys? College basketball fans who have gone to Google and gotten all the details and are chanting the name of the little sister of the opposing basketball player
like
when he's shooting
or
free
guy's
throws.
girlfriend.
And we're like, look at the creativity. Look at the lengths they went to create home court advantage. So again, I'm not saying, but I guess now we know where the line in the sand is, right? At least in this instance.
And will the 12th man at some point take advantage of that in like a World Series or something? You know what I mean? Will you actually use that later knowing, or again, I feel awful even bringing that up but man, like we've gotten to a point where it really jarred this guy enough in tears. Never seen that before.
I think for me, like as a fan of fans, my rule of thumb is, are you creative and are you funny? Right? And if you're just mean and you're just mean-spirited, that's not cool. What have you done that's a little bit creative? What have you done? Okay, well, where's your line? I don't know. I don't have a hard black and white line, as you sort of suggested, Jen. It's like a gray area. But for me, like my litmus test is, is it a little bit funny and is it somehow creative? And then generally, I'll allow it.
Yeah, again, I think it's going to be really interesting. It could be Packers fans. Packers fans, they do the wave during offensive drives at Lambeau Field.
Very disrespectful.
That's something we could address as well.
Right. You want to address fan behavior.
Fans out of there.
Drives Maddie crazy. 6:58 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Business headlines are up next. They're sponsored by Horicon Bank. Together doing good. HoriconBank.com, the natural choice.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
The proposed Brookfield Public Market got its first endorsement Tuesday evening. The city's Community Development Authority unanimously approved a request for tax increment financing for the project, though its members asked for more details, including construction costs and projected revenue. Harley-Davidson Inc. has sold a building to Central Standard Craft Distillery for $1 million, marking the latest example of the company repurposing its historic Milwaukee headquarters campus. Central Standard plans to relocate its main operation there. Madison-based EnsoData raised $20 million in a Series B round to expand its AI solutions for diagnosing and monitoring sleep apnea. The company was founded in 2015. I'm Addison Lathers from MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Doing banking differently since 1896. Greg Matzik here for Horicon Bank. Think about that for a second. Over 100 years of focus on the community and your business. At Horicon Bank, financing requests can be approved in days, not weeks, because your banker understands you and your business. And yes, Horicon Bank is expanding, but they've not lost that community-minded feel. I trust Horicon Bank. I've connected with Horicon Bank, and I invite you to do the same. It's Horicon Bank, truly the natural choice, member FDIC.
We're fired up for the 4th at Fleet Farm with deals that'll help you celebrate in style. Save $200 on a Traeger Woodridge pellet grill. On sale now for $699.99. Stay hydrated with 8 packs of Gatorade, 2 for $15. And get 1-gallon 4-packs of Liquid Pool Shock for just $14.99. Get ready for Independence Day with these specials and more at your local Fleet Farm. And check out all the items in our weekly ad, backed by our best price guarantee at fleetfarm.com.
Here in Wisconsin, one name is synonymous with fantastic frozen pizza, Palermo's. For almost 60 years, Palermo's has focused on feeding Wisconsin families. And though Palermo's has grown a lot since 1964, they're still family-owned. They're still proud to call Milwaukee home. And they're still committed to making the best frozen pizza possible. From their new and improved rising crust pizzas to their guilt-free Primo thin pies, Palermo's has a delicious slice for every appetite. Find Palermo's in your local grocer's freezer food aisle. Palermo's, flavor is our family's business.
State Fair is right around the corner, and it's time to savor the savings. These $15 tickets will only be available through June 29th. Save today so you'll be feeling good at the Wisconsin State Fair, presented by U.S. Cellular, July 31st through August 10th.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
The biggest gig in the world has finally returned. Summerfest is here, and WTMJ will be broadcasting live from the Pillow Windows and Doors of Wisconsin mobile studio, right on the lakefront. Come by, say hi. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Just after 7 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Thursday, June 26th, our top story. Talks scheduled between the U.S. and Iran.
I'm Erik Bilstad. No third term?
I'm Debbie Lazaga. Southbound on 41. Still have that accident on the Capitol Drive off-ramp, so heads up with that. Delays from Appleton Avenue all the way down to Hampton. Otherwise, northbound is backing up from Watertown Plank Road up past North Avenue. And northbound 43, a little bit slow right around the North Avenue curve all the way up to Keefe. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Partly cloudy today, warm and humid. Chance of showers and storms, high 84 lakeside, 90 inland with scattered showers and storms. A possibility again tonight, low down to 69. We're at 73 in Milwaukee. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, nuclear talks between the U.S. and Iran are scheduled for next week. President Trump saying the nuclear part of the talks may not be a factor following the U.S. airstrikes on Iranian facilities.
The way I look at it, they fought, the war's done, and, you know, I could get a statement that they're not going to go nuclear. We're probably going to ask for that, but they're not going to be doing it. But they're not going to be doing it anyway. They've had it.
Word of the talks comes as Iran's supreme leader declared victory in its war with Israel, while also suggesting that it delivered a, quote, slap in the face to the United States.
Congress is running out of time to pass the president's sweeping budget bill before the self-imposed July 4th deadline. Annex Wealth Management CEO Dave Spano on WTMJ.
There's a lot of talk about state and local tax deduction. And especially if they're trying to get votes in the states that really want that, which, of course, are California, New York, New Jersey, for example. And so that deduction, they wanted to push it from today at $10,000 up to $40,000. There was some negotiation, but the bill just has a placeholder in there for $10,000. So that's not going to be enough.
Currently, the last scheduled day in session for both chambers is Friday.
More than half of Wisconsinites polled do not want Governor Tony Evers to run for a third term.
42% say he should seek a third term. 55% say he should not.
That's Marquette Law School poll director Charles Franklin sharing the results of a recent statewide poll. Past polling also showed voters largely opposed giving a third term to former Republican Governor Scott Walker.
This is from January of 2016, when it was 36% saying Walker should run again, 61% no.
Evers has said he won't announce if he'll run for a third term until after the current state budget process is complete. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
The state Supreme Court is handing out a number of setbacks for state Democrats.
The court is refusing to hear challenges seeking to throw out the state's current congressional district boundaries before the 2026 midterms. Democrats had asked the court to redraw the maps, putting 2 of the state's 6 congressional seats held by Republicans into play. Additionally, the body ruling that Governor Tony Evers improperly used his partial veto on a bill that detailed the plan for spending on new literacy programs for K-12 students. The court also siding with the legislature in stating the Budget Committee can legally put money into an emergency fund to be distributed later. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
The U.S. Supreme Court granted same-sex couples the right to marry 10 years ago today.
Jonathan Lovitz with the Human Rights Campaign says the man at the center of that Supreme Court ruling 10 years ago, Jim Obergefell, helped him get married.
And to forever have his name on our marriage certificate is going to mean so much to us, generations ahead who get to benefit.
But given that some Supreme Court justices have hinted they'd like to reconsider the ruling and the fact trans people feel under attack, he says more work still needs to be done.
We also now have to get the Equality Act passed. We have to protect trans kids so they have access to health care and good, safe schools. We have so much more to do.
Matt Piper, CBS News.
Coming up, a scientific first in the UK. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:06.
This report is brought to you by Siding Unlimited. It's siding and a whole lot more. Visit sidingunlimited.com.
Siding Unlimited recently installed 20 brand new amazing energy-efficient windows. Our Siding Unlimited crew removed the old windows, inspected the wall for wood rot, that does happen, and installed the new beautiful windows. Hi, I'm Erik Brown, owner of Siding Unlimited. We asked the homeowner, what did they like best about the Siding Unlimited experience? They said everything. The salesman was outstanding and patient with us. The guys respected our property, probably better than their own. We are proud owners of new Pella windows installed by Siding Unlimited, and Siding Unlimited was the only company to show us how we maximize natural light. We'd recommend Siding Unlimited to everyone, and you can use this testimonial on the radio. Looking for new windows, siding, roofing, and doors? Visit the 5-time Pella Platinum Premier National Window Contractor of the Year winner at sidingunlimited.com, or stop by our beautiful showroom in Waukesha.
WTMJ's John Mercure here. If you're trying to make sense of the economy and where we're headed, Thursday, July 3rd, you need to check out a webinar I'm co-hosting with Annex Wealth Management Chief Economist Brian Jacobson. Thursday, July 3rd, 9 a.m., you'll get instant insight just after the jobs report is released. We'll provide instant analysis on the employment picture, answer your questions, and explain what it all means. Visit WTMJ.com, click the Instant Insight Register Now button, or check out events at annexwealth.com. Thursday, July 3rd at 9 a.m. It's free. Register today.
Here's to experiencing it all this summer in Wisconsin. Every deliciously cheesy, rockin', magical, fireworks-filled, festival-loving moment. There's Cheese Curd Fest in Ellsworth, Strawberry Fest in Cedarburg, Festival of the Arts in Stevens Point, and the Renaissance Fair in Bristol, Honor the Earth Powwow in Hayward, Mile of Music in Appleton, Venetian Fest, Bratfest, Summerfest. So many fests for your whole crew. Find them all at TravelWisconsin.com. Sponsored by Travel Wisconsin.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:08.
Highest ever draft pick in the history of Wisconsin sports at 7:15.
Happening today, closing arguments scheduled to begin later today in Sean Diddy Combs' sex trafficking human trial. Over 7 weeks, the prosecution called more than 30 witnesses. Combs' defense team presented its case for less than 30 minutes earlier this week. The government alleges that Combs committed verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual abuse against several women dating back to 2008. He is pleading not guilty.
Scientists in the UK embarking on a world first, creating synthetic genomes.
25 years ago, the Human Genome Project first allowed scientists to read our genetic code. This new project will see them writing it from scratch. Cancers cured, damaged organs repaired, aging reversed. But with the potential for good comes the potential for harm, some ethicists warn, to geneticist John Belvo.
I think it's heavily weighted on the positive side, with very few things on the negative side.
The Synthetic Human Genome Project, as it's called, could start delivering breakthroughs within 5 years. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:09.
Are you sick of not being your bank's top priority? We are too. At Wintrust, we take a different approach to banking. We're proud to be your one true banking partner focused on your unique financial goals. That's right in your backyard. Whether you're opening your first account, buying a home, planning for the future, or starting a business, we have tailored solutions to get you there. Stop settling and start experiencing a better way to bank at Wintrust.com. Wintrust, different approach, better results. Banking products provided by Wintrust Financial Corp Banks, member FDIC and equal housing lender.
For over a century, local broadcasting has evolved with the needs of the community. We move past the stigmas of opinion journalism and bring the most relevant news online, on air, and on the go. You have trusted us with your news, sports, weather, and entertainment. Trust us to keep moving with you. Text radio to 52886. and tell Congress local broadcasting is here to stay.
You're going to love the new all-you-can-eat Saturday breakfast buffet for under $10 at the Mine Shaft Restaurant in downtown Hartford. It's fantastic. From 8 a.m. till noon, kids under 3 eat free. Walk on in. It's all you can eat. MineShaftRestaurant.com.
7:10 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Debbie, what do you see happening?
Well, I'm seeing some delays northbound on 43 coming up around the North Avenue curve all the way up to Keefe. Southbound still looks pretty clear. Northbound 41 backing up from about Watertown Plank Road up past North Avenue. Southbound side slowing down from Silver Spring down to Capitol Drive. Remember, there is that off-ramp, that crash on the off-ramp there to Capitol. Otherwise, everything else is looking pretty good. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Partly cloudy skies for today and more sunshine this morning will warm our temperatures towards the mid-80s by the lake, close to 90 inland. Look for a lake breeze to cool our temperatures down by the lake heading into this afternoon. Still the chance for some scattered showers and storms on and off for today. Tonight, more showers and thunderstorms, low temperatures in the upper 60s. Friday, small chance of rain early and then finally a drier and calmer stretch of weather. Friday afternoon, more sunshine with a high temperature near 80. Dry on Saturday, partly cloudy skies, high temperatures upper 70s and lower 80s. Sunday, the heat and humidity returns. High temperature pushes close to 90 degrees with the chance for some afternoon and evening storms. Monday, partly cloudy with high temperatures in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore, the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
73 degrees in Milwaukee.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Erik Bilstad.
7:12 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Happening right now, we're going to give you some of the remarks from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. He is talking live now at the Pentagon, addressing the leaked preliminary and low-confidence reports suggesting that the U.S. airstrikes on Iran were not as successful as advertised by the administration. He has spent the last 5 minutes or so blasting the press corps for publishing details of that leaked report. Let's listen in. This is Secretary Pete Hegseth at the Pentagon.
Folks in this room are privy to that information because of the proximity here in the Pentagon. It's an important responsibility. And time and time again, classified information is leaked or peddled for political purposes to try to make the president look bad. And what's really happening is you're undermining the success of incredible B-2 pilots and incredible F-35 pilots and incredible refuelers and incredible air defenders who accomplished their mission, set back a nuclear program in ways that other presidents would have dreamed. How about we celebrate that? How about we talk about how special America is, that only we have these capabilities? I think it's too much to ask, unfortunately, for the fake news. So we're used to that. But we also have an opportunity to stand at the podium and read the truth of what's really happening. And the reality is, you want to call it destroyed, you want to call it defeated, you want to call it obliterated, choose your word. This was an historically successful attack, and we should celebrate it as Americans. And it gives us a chance to have peace, chance to have a deal, and an opportunity to prevent a nuclear Iran, which is something President Trump talked about for 20 years, and no other presidents had the courage to actually do. So,
Secretary Pete Hegseth speaking right now at the Pentagon. I would suggest scolding the assembled press corps there. You also see members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff who are about to talk through some of the new intelligence on the success of the the U.S. strikes on Iran. New intelligence this morning from the CIA and from Israel suggesting that, in fact, those strikes did deliver a crippling blow to the Iranian nuclear program. Much more intelligence, as preliminary as the other report was. This, too, preliminary. We've had a number of experts suggesting, you need human intelligence on a lot of this, and it's going to be some time before we know for sure. But Secretary Hegseth blasting the media for publishing parts of that, what he called the classified document that was leaked to reporters.
Yeah, curious. Sometimes different strategies will work in this case, and here specifically, the plan here was to go out and to scold, and I don't know, to push the media to be more what a state media would be like. I'm not sure if that's necessarily something that I would call for. I mean, we criticize state media when we see what Russian media would do in certain cases. We would smirk at that if we would see what Russian media would write on certain things, right? We as a society would look back at, okay, well, North Korean state media is saying this, so we would not necessarily buy that. And so to suggest we want more of that type of language used to celebrate, I'm not sure if I would necessarily suggest that. I do understand his frustration, or at least I think we could understand a frustration if you're disappointed in the desire to make fun of or laud. I don't know.
His suggestion
I'm struggling
was
with the words, as obviously as you can tell.
He was suggesting that the media was rooting for a failure, was his suggestion. Right. And he questioned why that would be in much stronger words than I used just now. 7:16, we got sports up next on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix-It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guest, J&B Construction. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. And at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
Let's look at some pictures. Vince Vitrano sending you to landworkswisconsin.com for some beautiful landscape projects and inspiring ideas. So you head to the website and click on Portfolio, and you'll see the expert work that Landworks can do in your yard. Now, maybe you've got a big property and you want the whole deal. You're thinking about multi-tiered patio, outdoor kitchen, fire features. Or maybe you've got a smaller city or suburban lot. You're just looking to redesign your landscaping, improve that curb appeal, rehab the garden where the perennials are, no longer popping. My team at Landworks Wisconsin, they do it all, big and small. I trust them in my yard, and I would love to get them in yours. Tell them Vinny sent you. It's landworkswisconsin.com.
Acumen Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 255368.
Don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval. Get the pre-approval listing agents and sellers recognized as better than the rest. The rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval from AccuNet. Get yours by clicking on the blue button at accunet.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
NBA draft continues tonight. The Bucks did not have a first rounder, so we go tonight at the number 47 overall position. Wisconsin basketball, history made.
With the 4th pick in the 2025 NBA draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Con Knippel from Duke University.
Thanks for the proper pronunciation. And from Duke, but also Wisconsin Lutheran High School, the former Wisconsin Mr. Basketball becomes the highest draft pick in the history of our state. Talking with NBA Network, says his love for basketball started not on the floor, but actually on the screen when he was a kid playing those video games.
It started with a love for players, and and then you start to idolize players and what makes them tick, what makes them good. And, a lot of that comes with the work ethic and the love for basketball itself. And that carried over. And
now Con Knippel is one of them. Good luck to Con. NBA draft resumes tonight, 7 p.m. our time. Bucks, if we stay where we are right now without any trades or various shenanigans, we would draft in the 17th position tonight.
Well, it was all the talk. The blockbuster of all blockbusters. The Miz v. Skeens, one showing only at American Family Field. Well, this score on Rotten Tomatoes would be more than 99%.
The Miz. Miz versus Skeens here this afternoon.
Just about a capacity crowd on hand as the Miz is the first one out of that first base dugout. And what an atmosphere.
1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 101. Climbed the ladder and he strikes out Horwitz. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Breaking ball down and away. And what a start for the Miz here this afternoon. Listen to this crowd.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Elevated fastball. 98 on the gun. Strikeout number 4 of the 8 batters that Mizorowski has faced.
2-2 again for Miz. Got him. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a curveball.
1-2 now. Got him.
And he locked him up for strike 3.
Swing and a miss. He gassed him up. He blew him away. 102 miles an hour.
3-2 pitch. And he got him looking with the slider. Jacob Mizorowski, his 8th strikeout of this game, and about as fired up as you'll see him running back into that first base dugout. I mean, that is just filth from Jacob Mizorowski. He is putting on a show.
Oh, yeah. He put on a show, all right. Brewers hang on to win 4-2. The Miz throws 5 more scoreless innings, outdueling Paul Skeens at American Family.
Can he pitch tomorrow, too, then? Or can he pitch every time?
Wow. How about that? Couldn't have gone any better for the Miz. The crew off today. They'll need it. They're back at it tomorrow hosting the Rockies, who are also terrible. They need to feast on teams like this.
Go get fat.
Yep. Get fat. That's a great way to put it. Brewers win 4-2.
Hey, John Mercure here. I hope you'll consider hanging out with me on Saturdays at 1 o'clock for Experience Wisconsin. I love Experience Wisconsin because we help you experience all the great people, places, things, events, festivals in our state. We head from the Mississippi to Lake Michigan. From north to south, it's a really fun show. This week, incredible. We will check out Road America in Elkhart Lake and the Wade House. It's super fun. It's Experience Wisconsin, Saturdays at 1 right here on 620 WTMJ.
I can save you at least $2,000. Vince Vitrano here for my team at USA Insulation, where Jeff is offering a minimum savings of $2,000 on your insulation project of $5,000 or more. So these are the folks with the proprietary system where they inject your walls bottom to top with quieting, insulating foam, and they don't have to tear up your walls to do it. And here's the best part about those savings. Due to government programs that pay for energy efficiency projects, this isn't something where you pay out of pocket and then bump around on the internet trying to find your rebate. Jeff and his team do the work for you. They then discount the cost of your project up front. Find out how much Jeff can save you on your project and how much you'll save on heating and cooling forevermore. USA Insulation. That's usainsulation.net.
It doesn't get any headlines just to be silently good. Big Fish Contracting, we say renovating homes, redeeming an industry.
It's so much more than just, okay, we're replacing your roof.
We're not only educating homeowners, but we're getting to know them and allowing them an opportunity to get to know us. And there's just such beauty in it, you know? If anyone is considering reaching out to us,
or you can check us out on our website, bigfishcontracting.com.
I'm Jim Token, president of the Automobile Dealers Association of Metro Milwaukee. Nobody can keep your car running smoothly like an Adam new car dealer. Adam service technicians are factory trained and use original factory parts backed by a warranty. Best of all, you'll find competitive pricing equal to or even lower than independent shops. A well-maintained car delivers maximum gas mileage and saves you money. Call an Adam dealer today because you're always better off at an Adam new car dealer.
Get an oil change and safety inspection today.
Checking in with Debbie here at 723.
All right, northbound on 41, backing up from just before Bayfair Road all the way up to Capitol Drive. The southbound side, we've got delays from Appleton Avenue down to Capitol. Northbound 43 is backed up right around the North Avenue curve up towards Keith. Southbound now starting to slow down just south of Good Hope Road down past Silver Spring. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Forecast sponsored by Dave Drakamp Heating. Your comfort is their family's tradition. Partly cloudy, warm and humid today. Chance for some showers and storms, a high of 90. Tonight, more scattered showers and storms, a low of 69. Friday, slight chance for rain in the morning, otherwise sun in the afternoon. Tomorrow, high of 80. Weekend, looking good. Saturday, partly cloudy, high of 83. Sunday, partly cloudy, hot and humid. Afternoon storms and a high of 90. Right now, 72 at 724.
This Thursday morning, Wisconsin's morning news. He was late coming by to pick up his stuff. Told her he was running one more errand. And that's when she believes he picked up the axe that he would use to try to kill her. Chilling new information in what is a lengthy criminal complaint. 34-year-old Hayden Daffinson, charged now with 8 felonies, including attempted first-degree intentional homicide, first-degree sexual assault, multiple charges of mayhem with a dangerous weapon. He's accused of attacking his former girlfriend with an axe and leaving her for dead, while she survived. And Daffinson is now being held on $5 million bond. So that's the new development this week in this story that we first told you about earlier this week on Wisconsin's Morning News. This is the one out of Fond du Lac. Much clearer now this morning as we have the details of the investigation from the attack that occurred over the weekend. I'm always torn, E. We talk about this from time to time when we're setting up how do we do the show, right? When you have illicit detail of a horrifying incident such as this is, right? How much do we share here on the radio?
Right.
This isn't a podcast, right? And so I'm sensitive to the fact that some folks are eating their cereal right now or driving the kids to swim lessons or whatnot. But so for those reasons, I don't want to get overly graphic. At the same time, this happened and it is horrifying, and there's some value with respect to the victim and her ordeal in sharing some of the details of that and her heroic survival. Brave willingness now to work and try to lock this guy up. So the question outstanding when we first heard the story was, well, okay, why did this attack occur? What are the circumstances? District Attorney in Fond du Lac County, Erik Toney, on Wisconsin's Afternoon News Tuesday.
It was just an incredibly brutal attack, and the circumstances certainly can fit the hallmarks of domestic violence and just how important it is to keep women safe and help them safely exit relationships.
So you heard DA Toney alluding to domestic violence at that point, was not sharing a lot of detail. The woman who was attacked, 38 years old, identified in the criminal complaint only as Victim 1. According to authorities, she and Daffinson were in a relationship. They had lived together for a short time, and she was breaking it off. And he'd been out of the house for a week, and then over the weekend, they had arranged to have him come by and pick up some of his stuff. And that's how, when, and why this happened. So police officers responding to her 911 call paint a gruesome picture of what they saw. Reading from the criminal complaint, officers observed Victim 1 was located on the living room floor of the residence, partially naked, lying on her stomach with her arms above her head. Now, they go on to describe, Eric, blood spatters, pools of blood around the home, like just a brutal crime scene. Efforts to stabilize the victim before medical assistance arrived. Victim 1's head was covered in blood. There were visible open gashes to her arms, her left wrist, her left pinky finger. They asked her who did this to her, and she was initially hesitant to tell officers who did it. Even after all that, so the officers said she was still frightened to tell them that the accused had threatened to kill her if she told. He had fled the scene, Daffinson, and was later arrested. She later told authorities when Daffinson arrived to pick up his stuff on Sunday afternoon, he basically just came into the house with that axe. They believe he had just purchased it earlier in the afternoon. They have a receipt from a Dollar General store in Ripon, and that he used that axe to immediately attack her. There's doorbell video from a neighbor's house, and the detailing of that in the criminal complaint is terrifying. This is what they heard recorded in the audio. Female believed to be Victim 1 based on the investigation, yelling, "Get out of my house. No, get out of my house. Stop." It continues. The victim says Daffinson then attacked her with that axe, and while she was injured and bleeding, pleading for her life, he then sexually assaulted her. I'll leave the details out here. But following the sexual nature of the attack, the victim says Daffinson said, "F it, I'm just going to kill you because I'm going to prison anyway." Criminal complaint goes on in further detail about how they eventually arrested Daffinson. They've got a mountain of evidence against him. And as for the victim, she will likely lose a finger, they say, wrist badly damaged, 2 broken arms, skull fractures, and the emotional scarring, of course, from this attack. But she is working with authorities now to put this guy away forever. Hayden Daffinson is now held on $5 million bond, due back in court for a preliminary hearing at the end of next month. News about your money this morning, WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Dow Jones Industrial Average fell about 107 points to 42,982. The NASDAQ was up 61, closed at 19,974. No movement on the S&P 500. It remains at 6092. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
What if you could lose up to 1 pound of fat every single day? At Milwaukee Weight Loss, they've got the secret, and it's helping people shed serious weight fast. Hey, it's Steve Scavini from WTMJ. I've been on the Milwaukee Weight Loss program since January and currently in the maintenance phase after losing, get this, 40 pounds. It was fast, easy, and safe, and I'm sticking with the incredible team at Milwaukee Weight Loss to keep the weight off. Their doctor-developed, easy-to-follow program helps people lose weight naturally and safely with no drugs, no risky injections, no meal kits, no shakes, no exercise required. It's not just about losing weight. It's about resetting your metabolism to keep it off for good with personal coaching every step of the way. And guess what? Their program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just a month or two, up to 1 pound of fat a day. Book your free consultation now at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com or call 262-449-1180. That's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
Here's to sweet summer days together with friends and family in Wisconsin. To discovering magic in every moment.
Hey, Mom, over here.
And to reconnecting through a world filled with wonder.
Wow.
Here's to supper club celebrations and dancing until the sun goes down. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Plan your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
Hey, WTMJ's John Rourke here for Certa Pro Painters. They painted the exterior of our house. I loved it because they're thorough and they're thoughtful. As a matter of fact, they pointed out some wood that might need to eventually be replaced. They just looked at the whole house, and I felt like they absolutely cared. Get on Certa Pro's calendar right now. The summer sales discount goes through July 31st. Schedule your free estimate at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C for your home or business. They'll do it the right way the first time. Each Certa Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated. It's Certa Pro Painters.
Traffic is sponsored by Rejuvenix Arthritis Pain Clinics. Go to rejuvenix.com for an appointment.
Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Go to rejuvenix.com to request your appointment.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. Iran's supreme leader on TV from an undisclosed location, claiming Iran won the war with Israel. As for America,
he says that the United States, quote, gained nothing from this war. The Islamic Republic emerged victorious and delivered a harsh slap to America's face.
ABC's Jonathan Karl. Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, holding a news conference challenging the leaked internal assessment that said that the U.S. bombings only set Iran back by a few months. He says reporters are searching for scandals. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. fired the last panel. Today, his new vaccine group will vote on limiting RSV shots and removing a preservative from flu shots. 4 private citizens are over our heads right now.
And Axiom 4 from Houston, welcome aboard the International Space Station.
They brought foods from their homelands, mango nectar from India, chocolate from Hungary, pierogi from Poland. This is ABC News.
Well, things starting to tighten up a little bit right through the stadium interchange on east and westbound 94, so watch out for that. Eastbound slowing down basically from Hawley Road all the way through the stadium. Westbound's just in the stadium interchange proper. Northbound 43 backing up around the North Avenue curve up past Keefe. Southbound from Good Hope Road down past Hampton. Slowing on 41 southbound as well from Appleton Avenue down through the Capitol Drive area. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
High of 84 Lakeside, 90 degrees inland with a chance of showers and storms today. Scattered showers and storm chance remaining with a low down to 69 tonight. Right now it's 72 in Milwaukee. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Wisconsin Supreme Court refusing to hear challenges seeking to throw out the state's current congressional district boundaries, at least before the 2026 midterms. Now, Democrats were asking the court to redraw the maps, putting 2 of the state's 6 congressional districts currently held by Republicans more into play. The court also ruled that Governor Tony Evers improperly used his partial veto on a bill that detailed a plan for spending on a new literacy program for K-12 students.
State budget negotiation rolling on yet another day. Metropolitan Milwaukee Association of Commerce VP of Governmental Affairs Andrew Davis tells Wisconsin's Afternoon News that some of the budget surplus goes towards helping Milwaukee citizens.
Be it tax cut, tax reform, increased K-12 spending, and the infrastructure that you just mentioned with roads and the freeway system. And those are some of the top priorities you have to take care of every budget.
The official deadline for the biennial budget is June 30th. However, everything will continue to run after that date.
Lime scooter usage skyrocketing during the first weekend of Summerfest, with the number of trips doubling compared to last year. Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel reports Lime riders took over 29,000 trips in Milwaukee during the first weekend of the festival. Since their launch in the city in 2019, more than 400,000 riders have taken over 2 million trips on Lime scooters in Milwaukee, traveling more than 3 million miles. It's a lot of zipping around.
All right. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:34.
Coming up, a third term? News is sponsored by Griffin Ford, Griffin's Hub Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram.
$1 doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it.
Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee, Waukesha, Fort Atkinson, and Jefferson. Griffin. The buck stops here. The deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers.
Loyalty, family. Few things are more important. This is WTMJ's Steve Scaffidi and Loyal Family Renovations. They saved the day after a brutal storm in Oak Creek. Hail damage, yeah, I had a lot of it. But Jeff, Jake, and the whole team, absolute pros, made the entire process smooth as can be. Let's be honest, not everyone knows how to deal with adjusters. They handle all the questions, quick answers, top-notch customer service. In just 2 days, my roof was done. If storm damage hits, call the team that made it easy for me. Loyal Family Renovations. Visit loyalfamilyrenovations.com.
An unsuspecting driver at a Milwaukee barbershop.
I got an apprentice here shadowing me. I'm gonna put this hot towel on, man. About a good 3 minutes, all right?
The apprentice is Donald Driver.
So when you come here, you drive?
Yes.
Your car got seatbelts?
Yeah.
You wear them?
No.
Okay, but why not?
I don't want to.
But do you know you can get a ticket for that? I'm gonna give you a ticket. Bet you wish you buckle up now.
Oh my God.
Donald Driver can't always be there to remind you.
Take it, click it. There we go. Click it or ticket.
And let's reduce fatalities on Wisconsin roadways. Sponsored by Wisconsin DOT.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia problems, cognitive decline. It's their specialty. They're great at it. And they also offer early memory loss classes. They can help your loved one with locations throughout our state, many here in southeast Wisconsin. I've been in their facilities. They're top notch. It's kindness at the core. It's compassion and empathy at Azura. Wisconsin-based and family-owned. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:36.
The Bucks pick tonight. Wisconsin celebrates one of their own this morning. Sports at 7:45.
Decision Wisconsin. Governor Evers has said that no announcement about whether or not he's going to run for another term will happen until they get the budget figured out. Still working on the budget.
That could be the next term.
Right? Deadline is June 30th, but it's not really June 30th. It can go past that and will go past that, it sounds like. Well, Marquette University had its latest law poll come out. It finds that more than half of Wisconsin voters do not want the governor to run for a third term. Governor has said he won't announce, like I said, until after they're done with the budget. Assembly Speaker Robin Vos says that won't happen until the 4th of July. So, yeah, so what was it, like a little bit more than 50%, 55% around that spot of voters? Who does that help? Does that help, or is that more of a, I'm trying to think of, is that incentivize Republicans or Democrats?
If Governor Evers does not run?
Right. Like if this poll suggests that more than 50% of voters aren't interested in him running again, if you're a Democrat, you'd rather know that now.
I don't know that any number of voters were interested in him running the first time or the second time. I've made this argument that, Governor Evers, no one would accuse him, even his supporters, of being a dynamic governor, right? So I don't know that anyone's really pulled the lever ever for Governor Evers.
Versus voting against the other person?
Right. When he was first elected, there was a Scott Walker backlash. Didn't want Walker. I'll vote for this guy, whatever. This last time around, Tim Michels fell short of expectations. Some folks who were supporting various others did not want to see, Michels supported. Some people sat on their hands, stayed home, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know that a lot of people have ever been compelled and driven to the polls by Governor Evers. So I guess to your question, do the Democrats have some up-and-comers, some of the women in the party, who might be better candidates? And so even if you don't, that poll doesn't necessarily mean you want a Republican to take the office. It just says don't want this guy to have the Democratic nomination. Governor Evers will be 74 this year, which means he would be 75 when he takes office, would be 79 when he would finish a third term.
That'll be the next big story. As soon as they announce that the budget is done and that there's an approval there, it'll be what's in the budget. That'll be the news story. Then the next day it'll be, all right, folks, so Mr. Governor,
I talked to Kathy about it. We're not going to run.
Okay, that's your
Pickleball
prediction?
forever.
All
News
right.
about this report sponsored by Annex Wealth Management's Money Talk. That's heard Saturdays at 10 right here on WTMJ.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. If you're trying to make sense of this economy and where we're headed, Thursday, July 3rd, you need to check out a webinar I'm co-hosting with Annex Wealth Management's Chief Economist, Brian Jacobson. Thursday, July 3rd at 9 a.m. It's free Instant Insight. Just after the jobs report's released, Brian and I will provide instant analysis on the employment picture. We'll answer your questions and explain what it all means to you and your money. Visit WTMJ.com, click the Instant Insight Register Now button, or check out events at AnnexWealth.com. That's this Thursday, July 3rd at 9 a.m. with Brian Jacobson. Don't miss it. Join me and Brian for instant analysis on the employment picture. Answer your questions and explain it all and what it means for your money. Visit WTMJ.com, click the Instant Insight Register Now button, or check out events at AnnexWealth.com. That's this Thursday, July 3rd at 9 a.m. with me, John Mercure, and Brian Jacobson. It is free, but you need to register ahead of time. Instant Insight at WTMJ.com. Register today.
With an ever-changing inventory, you never know what great bargains you're going to be able to find at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. It makes shopping fun because the best finds are the ones you had no idea you'd even come across. And when they're at thrift store prices, it feels good. And it feels even better to know you're helping us help others. Shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
At 7:41, how's the drive, Deb?
A little bit backed up, westbound 94 now coming in from about 25th Street all the way through to about Mitchell Boulevard. The eastbound side is backing up as well from about 84th Street to about Mitchell Boulevard as well. Northbound 43 slowing down from Fond du Lac Avenue up to Keefe. Southbound from Good Hope Road down past Silver Spring, almost to Hampton. Southbound 41's heavy from Appleton Avenue all the way to Capitol. Northbound heavy from just north of Watertown Plank Road all the way up to Hampton. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
The WTMJ 5-day forecast. Partly cloudy skies for today and more sunshine this morning will warm our temperatures towards the mid-80s by the lake, close to 90 inland. Look for a lake breeze to cool our temperatures down by the lake heading into this afternoon. Still the chance for some scattered showers and storms on and off for today. Tonight, more showers and thunderstorms, low temperatures in the upper 60s. Friday, small chance of rain early and then finally a drier and calmer stretch of weather. Friday afternoon, more sunshine with a high temperature near 80. Dry on Saturday, partly cloudy skies, high temperatures upper 70s and lower 80s. Sunday, the heat and humidity returns. High temperature pushes close to 90 degrees with the chance for some afternoon and evening storms. Monday, partly cloudy with high temperatures in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Tyler Moore, the Storm Team forecast on WTMJ.
Milwaukee at 72 degrees.
Big day today. Overseas, in Venice specifically.
Happening today.
Yes, today's the day that the start of the wedding stuff happens for Jeff Bezos and his fiancée, Lauren Sanchez. The wedding itself is Saturday, but today the celebrations really begin.
Happening today.
Yeah, so that's why it's
and Friday.
It's happening today.
And
so
Saturday.
We told you about this. The locals aren't happy. They're a little annoyed at the fact that this is even taking place in Venice.
The problem is not the wedding. The problem is the system. We think that one big billionaire can't rent a city for his pleasure.
Yeah, you shouldn't be able to rent the city, she basically was saying there, for your pleasure. All right, so
I don't know, he is renting.
They're getting married in a secret location. And there's a lot of talk there's a lot of talk about who's going to be there. The Trump's kids will be there. Ivanka will be there. Jared Kushner will be there. Katy Perry and Orlando Bloom, the Kardashians, maybe Oprah Winfrey, and Tony Gonzalez, which is interesting because he's an ex of Lauren Sanchez's, so he's going to be there. And he's a former Flame.
You got to be classy.
No money for that one. No.
You got to be classy about that.
Yeah, so
right.
It's lavish. It's taking place in multiple different areas. A lot of money being spent. What did we say yesterday? The report was it was like $75,000 a plate or something like that. Something ridiculous per guest.
That's just on the reception.
Yeah.
Never mind the pregame for 2 days.
Mm-hmm. So here we go. The wedding of the century. I'm not sure who coined it that. It wasn't me, but it's been called the wedding of the century. It's just getting underway now for the next several days.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here. Summer savings don't get any better than Colder's 4th of July weekend sale. From June 20th to July 7th, shop Colder's. Unbeatable deals store-wide and save thousands on your next home upgrade. At Colder's, they guarantee that you're getting the best deal in town, but during their 4th of July weekend sale, you can stack your discounts for even more savings. Save 60% on furniture and mattresses. Take an additional 10% off. Wow, that's a great deal. I've just shopped at Colder's. Great service, great showrooms. You're going to love it. Plus, you can save on appliances, too. Take an additional 5% off on top appliance deals you won't find anywhere else. Colder's has a huge selection of kitchen and laundry appliances from all your favorite brands, and you're guaranteed to get the best price only at Colder's. There are 4 Colder's locations: West Dallas, Oak Creek, Delafield, and Grafton. Hurry on in or shop online at Colders.com. Don't miss out on their 4th of July weekend sale going on from June 20th to July 7th.
Get more for your money, Colders.
It's worth $100 now, don't you think, to save thousands later? Vince Vitrano for Urban Heating and Cooling. Family-owned business. It's Ryan and his wife, Ellie. They are based in Franklin. They serve all of southeast Wisconsin. I actually just heard from Ellie yesterday. She said they are going gangbusters right now, trying to get folks back online in some cases and servicing their air conditioning units that just were not up to the challenge of our recent heat wave. This is why I'm so grateful for Ryan. Had him out to the house for an AC tune-up earlier in the season. He cleaned out all the coils, checked for any issues that could cause, any breakdowns that appeared imminent, set up my air conditioner to run more efficiently all through the summer. This service available in your home for just $99 plus tax will help save on your electric bills and prevent some of those more costly and always, aren't they, untimely breakdowns down the road. Tell them Vinny sent you when you call. It's Urban Heating and Cooling. I got your HVAC guy. UrbanHeatingandCooling.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Round 2 tonight, NBA draft, and unless the Bucks make some sort of move, it'll be a minute before we're on the clock even tonight. 47th pick overall for Milwaukee, 17th position tonight. Wednesday night, early in round 1.
The Charlotte Hornets select
Folks at Wisconsin Lutheran High School reacting to the pick. One of their own, Con Knippel, taken in the 4th spot by the Charlotte Hornets. That video posted by our friend TMJ4's Susan Kim, who was there at the celebration. Knippel played his college hoops at Duke's, and he's talking with ESPN here. His 4 brothers all lined up by his side.
I mean, it's such a blessing from God to be able to enter the NBA, but to be able to share it with your family is beyond comprehension. So it's such a special moment for us and for me.
It got less special right away, though, because of the brothers.
They're all just kind of standing there.
Right. So I don't know what they were supposed to say, but the ESPN reporter now starts asking the brothers,
Of
okay,
course,
well, when you
yep,
go at it on the driveway, okay, all of you, and you're out there playing hoops, like, who really is the best?
If it was on lower hoops than me, I would dominate in the paint, you know.
All right, well, we appreciate that. You guys.
He's like, all right, we're going to be done with this. I actually now regret asking any of you anything.
I love that dry humor. That's pretty awesome.
So great moment for the Knippel family. Wisconsin's Mr. Basketball from his state championship days at Wisco. The highest ever draft pick for a Wisconsin kid. Round 2 at 7 o'clock tonight.
At AmFam Field, 4 stars.
3-2 pitch. And he got him looking with a slider. Jacob Mizorowski, his 8th strikeout of this game, and about as fired up as you'll see him running back into that first base dugout.
Now, you did have an issue with Miz. You told me that you didn't like all the F-bombs he was yelling.
No, I don't care. I just mean somebody's going to talk to him at some point and say, hey, young man, like, all the cameras in Major League Baseball are now on you. We can see what you're saying.
Man, he looked good again.
Yeah, he sure did.
He outduels Paul Skeens. The Brewers win 4-2. I love this. Listen closely to this strikeout. So Lane Grindle on the call. Just listen to Lane, like, kind of just laugh at what he clearly just saw as not possible with physics.
0-2 pitch, and he strikes out in his first at-bat here this afternoon. Another slider at 94, clipped the outside corner. I mean, that is just filth from Jacob Mizorowski.
Filth.
So after the game, here's what Miz had to say.
I'm the Miz, and I'm awesome!
I'm kidding. That's not Miz. That's some wrestler that Adam Roberts found. That's also named The Miz.
By the way, wrestler guy, you are no longer The Miz.
Yeah, sorry. It's taken from
Miz
you now. So the Brewers are off today. Then they can continue to feast, by the way. They play the Rockies next, and I think the Rockies have 7 wins. It's more than that, but they don't have a lot. So you should be beat up on these bad teams.
Should.
Rockies come to town starting tomorrow night right here on WTMJ Radio. Trivia with Tausch is next.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tauscher here for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Well, time to upgrade your windows and doors, but don't want to spend a fortune? Well, Pella, the best in the industry, has a product line for every budget. And right now, you can get no interest and no payments for up to 2 years. So if the plan is to wait, guess what? You can get it now and wait to start making payments to up to 2 years later. Certain restrictions do apply. This offer ends June 30th, so set your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
It's Debbie Lazaga, and I'm so excited because Kohler Services just transformed my old bathtub into a beautiful new Luxstone shower. Kohler Services made it so easy. They came to my home and helped me design my custom shower, and they hauled away my old tub. Stephen, Luke, and Will were focused and professional installers. I'd recommend them to anyone. This June, receive a free shower door with a purchase of a Kohler Luxstone shower, plus no interest for 12 months. You can request your free quote for a custom Kohler Luxstone shower by visiting KohlerServicesWI.com. That's KohlerServicesWI.com.
Looking ahead to life's next adventure? Hi, I'm Mike Yancey from Yancey & Associates. Whether you're buying a home or launching your dream business, we know there's a lot on your plate. But here's the thing, you don't have to go it alone. Since 1946, we've helped Wisconsinites like you secure, protect, and grow their version of the American dream. Our team is ready to tailor the perfect plan for you. Learn more at ansay.com. That's ANSAY.com.
We thought we couldn't afford hardwood. Vince Vitrano here for Hunt's Flooring, and we're working with this local family-run business, and I love it. The personal attention that you'll get from this team can save you money. So my wife and I went to the showroom out there on Highway 100 thinking vinyl, right? But then Phil took us around the warehouse, and because Hunt's has a really big warehouse, they'll snatch up deals when they find them on all kinds of product, including vinyl or carpet or hardwood. So our choice turned out even less expensive than many of those LVP products, and it's going to be a beautiful wood floor in our home, and it's all because the folks in Hunt's Flooring listened to us and then helped us create a solution that will fit our dreams and our budget. Tell them Vinny sent you when you visit at Hunt's Flooring, or check them out online. It's huntsflooring.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Debbie's got a look at the roads this morning.
Things slowing down on southbound 43 now from just before Good Hope Road all the way down past Silver Spring. Northbound is slowing down from Kilbourne up to Keefe. Westbound 94, you got backups from 17th Street all the way to about Mitchell Boulevard, back on the brakes from Highway 100 to the county line. Eastbound slowing from 92nd Street to about Hawley Road, and then a little bit more right through the stadium interchange. So give yourself some extra time. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ forecast brought to you by Dave Dre Camp Heating, where your comfort is their family's tradition. A high of 90 degrees today. Will be 5-6 degrees cooler on the lakefront. So if you're headed down to Summerfest, keep that in mind. Warm and humid with a chance of showers and storms. Scattered showers and storms tonight, low down to 69. Friday, a high of 80 degrees. Now, in the morning, some of those showers and storms could linger into the morning hours, then sunshine by the afternoon. Saturday, 79 Lakeside, 83 inland under partly cloudy skies. And Sunday, hot and humid, high of 90 with a chance of thunderstorms in the afternoon. Right now, 72.
Idea Man.
Matt LaFleur needs to win. I do not think he's on a hot seat. I think he will be back as the coach.
Innovator.
I do think you're looking for them to progress, win a division, and have a longer playoff run.
And Packers Hall of Famer.
I think the seat isn't lukewarm. It's not hot. It's probably just, you know how you got those little heat seater deals? Oh, yeah. It's probably sitting there in maybe one red dot, nothing close to the 3 or where your tushy is getting scorched.
It's time for Tausch on Wisconsin's Morning News. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin and Kohler Services.
Mark Tauscher, Wisconsin's Morning News, sponsored by Kohler Services and Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Tausch, I know he's got trivia for you in regards to Summerfest. Did want to ask you quick, I so enjoyed watching Jacob Mizorowski pitch It was normally as a fan, like you'll get up, if you're at the game, you'll get up for snacks when the defense is out on the field, right? You're like, okay, well, I'll wait for us to finish our at-bat here, right? That time, I'm like, I couldn't wait for the kid to take the hill again. This one lived up to the hype.
I think there's something exciting about having, one of these transformational type players. And when the Miz has come up, he was highly touted coming in, and I think he's done everything to live up to that. And that's a rare thing in sports. Now, again, it is a small sample size, but yeah, you're right. Normally, you're going to sit there, and if you're going to leave the game early, it's going to be, well, let's wait until Yelich at bats, or that's kind of how you view it. Now, when he pitches, he's must-watch TV. And when you match him up with another stud and Skeens from Pittsburgh, all of a sudden it's like there's no time because you want to watch both sides of it. That's really rare in today's Major League Baseball. And I think for us as Brewers fans, it's awesome, and we want to just continue to see it go, 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 go. And hopefully it leads to, another division championship and a good playoff run.
Your favorite band, The Killers, coming to Summerfest. Is that tomorrow, Tom?
Yes. Yeah, I could not be more. I don't get excited. I love listening to music, but I am not I don't know lyrics well. I love singing, but I don't know all the words. I don't know who's in this album. None of that stuff. But, man, I love The Killers, and, whenever they're close, I usually go.
All right, it's time to do it. It's time to get some Summerfest trivia going on here. All right, so let's start with this one. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, this Summerfest headliner appeared in 5 episodes of Yellowstone. It's a TV show. This Summerfest headliner appeared in 5 episodes of Yellowstone. Was it A, Lainey Wilson, B, Benson Boone, or C, Phil Vassar?
Phil Vassar.
You're going Vassar. Vince, do you have any thoughts?
Really?
Yep.
I would have guessed Laney or Boone. Let me go with Benson Boone.
I feel like Phil Vassar spends most of his time at Summerfest. I don't know if he has time.
He's right. He's on a lifetime contract to play Milwaukee at least once.
Didn't they shoot some Yellowstone at Summerfest though?
Maybe. The winner is Lainey Wilson. A. She 5 episodes. She appeared as Abby, an aspiring singer. She hooks up with Ryan on the show, one of the field hands, if you will.
Good for Ryan.
So, Lainey Wilson, who is headlining tonight.
Good on you, Ryan. Yeah,
all right, next one.
No doubt about it.
The Psychedelic Furs play the Generac Power Stage today. What famous 1980s movie was named after one of this band's most popular songs? Psychedelic Furs. What famous 1980s movie was named after one of this band's most popular songs? Is it A, Some Kind of Wonderful, B, Weird Science, or C, Pretty in Pink?
We go Pretty in Pink. Psychedelic, pink stuff spinning around. That's the road I'm going.
Yeah, it's not Weird Science because that's its own song and they didn't play it. So I'll stick with Tausch on this one.
All right. Pretty in Pink, Psychedelic Furs. Well done.
Let's
you guys
go.
got that one. All right, one more here. This is a 2-parter. Devo plays the Uline Warehouse tonight. We gotta get a little Devo music. Here it is. So what concept did the band's name derive from? What concept did the band's name Devo derive from? A, dysfunction, B, de-evolution, or C, devotee? Dysfunction, de-evolution, or devotee? Devo.
De-evolution.
Yeah, Tausch, I feel like I read that somewhere. So I may actually.
So you're both going
some confidence in
de-evolution.
that
That is
answer.
correct. The name
Yeah.
derives from the English language. It means de-evolution denotes a process of backward evolution or decline. Well done.
Do they play Whip It exclusively for an hour and a half?
So they say this is the only song they do.
Right, that's it.
All right,
I'd still go to that maybe. I don't know if I'd stay for an hour and a half.
Pretty good tune.
You can leave and
Pretty
use the
good
restroom
tune.
and come back.
I'd
and
give it a
still
good half hour.
Bonus question. What color were the iconic Devo hats that they would wear? They used to wear these hats that are very deco looking.
Yeah.
What color were they? Black, red, or dark green?
Oh, good. Then I'm going red. I thought it was red or orange, Tausch.
Yeah, I'll go red.
Red
I
is
like
correct.
that idea.
Red is correct. Well done. You guys
That's
did
pretty
well
good.
today.
I'll tell you what. Started off sluggish. That's pretty dang good.
Good
Going
recovery.
3 for 4.
All right, we'll do it one more time tomorrow, 7:59. Thanks, Tausch. On Wisconsin's Morning News.
I'm Jim Token, president of the Automobile Dealers Association of Metro Milwaukee. When it comes to service, if you're not coming to an Adam New Car dealer, you could be getting inferior service and paying too much. Adam service technicians are factory trained and must pass strict testing before ever working on your car. Replacement parts are factory manufactured and backed by a warranty. Best of all, superior service and peace of mind doesn't cost more at an Adam dealer. You'll find competitive pricing equal to or even lower than prices at independent shops. A well-maintained car delivers maximum gas mileage and saves you money. And nobody can keep your car running smoothly like an Adam New Car dealer. Need service? Your first choice and best choice is an Adam New Car dealer. Call one today or visit adamm.com to find out why you're always better off at an Adam New Car dealer.
Get an oil change and safety inspection for trouble-free summer driving.
Shop Steinhaffel's summer sale. Get 10% off the entire store, living room, bedroom, dining, and so much more. Use Steinhaffel's special financing and you'll get a $100, $200, or $300 MasterCard to spend later. Only at Steinhaffel's and steinhaffels.com.
Alleviate your pain, rejuvenate your life.
Rejuvenex.com. The biggest gig in the world has finally returned. Summerfest is here, and WTMJ will be broadcasting live from the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin Mobile Studio, right on the lakefront. Come by, say hi. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
At 8:01, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News, Thursday, June 26th. Our top story, bold claim out of the Middle East.
I'm Erik Bilstad. Strong criticism from the Defense Secretary this morning.
I'm Debbie Lazago, westbound 94. You're seeing delays from about 16th Street all the way to Mitchell Boulevard, back on the brakes from the zoo into Waukesha County to about Elm Grove Road. Eastbound 94 backing up from the zoo interchange all the way through to 35th Street, and northbound 43 backing up from Kilbourne all the way up to Keefe. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Chance for showers and storms today with partly cloudy skies and warm and humid conditions. High 84 lakeside, 90 inland with scattered showers and storms possible. Again tonight, low down to 69. Right now it's 74 in Milwaukee. From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, Iran's leader this morning in a new statement claiming victory over Israel in their conflict, saying Iran delivered what he calls a, quote, harsh slap to America's face. That despite days of bombardment by Israeli forces and the U.S. attack on Iran's nuclear facilities. President Trump back in the U.S. now after leaving the NATO summit in the Netherlands. ABC's Jonathan Karl.
Before he left Europe, he said the United States will meet with Iran next week. But as of this morning, it appears no meeting has yet been scheduled.
We're going to talk to them next week with Iran. We may sign an agreement. I don't know. To me, I don't think it's that necessary.
A nuclear deal with Iran, he said, is no longer crucial because he says the U.S. strikes have completely and totally obliterated the Iranian nuclear program.
Meanwhile, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth with strong criticism of the press corps this morning during a news conference over reporting on how successful the U.S. bombing of Iranian nuclear facilities were.
There are so many aspects of what our brave men and women did that because of the hatred of this press corps, are undermined.
A preliminary assessment from one U.S. intelligence agency says that Iran's nuclear program was only set back by a handful of months, while the CIA is assessing that the strike severely damaged Iran's nuclear capabilities.
Cyber attacks against several U.S. companies blamed on hackers backed by Iran. News Nation's Brooke Schaefer.
Some aviation firms, banks, and oil companies were targeted and hacked this week by two pro-Palestinian groups now claiming the attacks. The hackers tried to disrupt websites and networks and are now reportedly calling for others to join them, according to researchers at the Site Intelligence Group. Since last Saturday's U.S. strikes in Iran, they've apparently gone after more than a dozen companies.
The Iranian-aligned Group 313 team took credit for the attack that also targeted President Trump's Truth Social platform.
The CDC Vaccine Advisory Board is reviewing recommendations on vaccines today, but local health experts are expressing concern over what they could decide.
City Health Commissioner Dr. Michael Todorias says the newly created CDC Vaccine Advisory Board could impose limitations on what insurers could cover when it comes to vaccine availability.
Private citizens are going to have to find a way to get a vaccine that were previously covered under insurance and now are not.
Todorias says if moves further politicize the CDC, health experts may have to rely on another organization.
I think it is entirely possible that we come to a point in the near future where we say we don't trust what the CDC is saying.
Sean Brenda, WTMJ News.
The Wisconsin Supreme Court handing out a couple of setbacks for state Democrats.
The court is refusing to hear challenges seeking to throw out the state's current congressional district boundaries before the 2026 midterms. Democrats had asked the court to redraw the maps, putting 2 of the state's 6 congressional seats held by Republicans into play. Additionally, the body ruling that Governor Tony Evers improperly used his partial veto on a bill that detailed the plan for spending on new literacy programs for K-12 students. The court also siding with the legislature in stating the Budget Committee can legally put money into an emergency fund to be distributed later. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Coming up, a gruesome attack.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time 8:05.
When people think sleep apnea, they think CPAP. Now at Advent, we do all we can to help sleep apnea sufferers avoid the CPAP machine. And most sleep apnea sufferers who come to Advent are going to be able to avoid a CPAP altogether. Our unique Advent approach using simple in-office solutions can get your nose working and throat open all under one roof. You see, the root of every snoring and obstructive sleep apnea problem lies within the throat, nose, or both. At Advent, we know when we get the nose and throat working properly, most snoring and sleep apnea problems will subside. And we have the most simple and convenient, ultra-effective in-office solutions that can do just that. And this is why people have traveled by planes, trains, and automobiles from corners of the world you would never think of to find the sleep apnea and snoring relief you won't find elsewhere.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Most insurance accepted.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:06.
An update to the case in Fond du Lac, a woman who survived an axe attack.
New details reveal both the victim's arms were broken and she has multiple head fractures. The man now charged with attempted murder is her ex-boyfriend, 34-year-old Hayden Daffinson, now behind bars on $5 million bond. Fond du Lac County District Attorney Erik telling us,
I've seen some of the photos and I just want to be careful. We're grateful that this woman is alive, that she survived.
Court records reveal Daffinson was caught in Germantown after a car chase. His legs and shoes were found covered in blood. Julia Fellow, WTMJ News.
The latest private space mission is so far going off without a hitch.
It's the 4th time that Houston-based Axiom has sent humans into space. 28 hours after liftoff, astronauts from the U.S., India, Hungary, and Poland docked with the ISS.
We are excited to welcome you, Peggy, Shug, Suave, and Tibor. We cannot wait to open the hatch and give you guys a hug. We'll see you soon.
Axiom is hoping to eventually build a new space station after the ISS is decommissioned by the end of 2030. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Popular movie series is getting a new director, but still has no star.
Can he do for James Bond what he did for Dune?
A medium dry martini, lemon peel, shaken, not stirred.
Amazon MGM Studios says Denis Villeneuve will direct the next chapter in the secret agent saga. He says it's a massive responsibility, but also incredibly exciting. Villeneuve has directed other big box office hits, including Dune with Timothée Chalamet and Blade Runner 2049 with Ryan Gosling. The question is, who will he be directing in the next Bond movie? A new 007 hasn't been announced since Daniel Craig dropped out. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
You're plugged into that stuff. Who's it going to be?
I don't know.
New Bond.
There's talk that I'm going to mispronounce his name. Idris Elba, I believe, was one guy that's been talked about as possibly doing it. There's been a couple of...
What's he been in?
Oh, he's in a bunch of stuff. He's in Suicide Squad. Like, that's the worst movie I could suggest. He's been in a bunch, but...
Exposing my ignorance to Hollywood. Like, I don't know anybody's name or whatever.
There's a couple other ones floating out there that that I didn't recognize the name for, but you'd probably recognize the face of, if that makes sense.
Do you right? And
But
do
I don't-
you
I'm not-
choose an established superstar for that, or do you create one?
I don't think so, because if you remember, Daniel Craig really wasn't a household
Yeah.
name when he first was Bond.
But
He
if you're going to go
became-
that way, right? If you're going to go that way, like we're going to create a star,
yeah,
better be right, right?
We'll see.
8:09 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
WTMJ's John Mercure here. If you're trying to make sense of the economy and where we're headed, Thursday, July 3rd, you need to check out a webinar I'm co-hosting with Annex Wealth Management Chief Economist Brian Jacobson. Thursday, July 3rd, 9 a.m., you'll get instant insight just after the jobs report is released. We'll provide instant analysis on the employment picture, answer your questions, and explain what it all means. Visit WTMJ.com, click the Instant Insight Register Now button, or check out events at AnnexWealth.com. Thursday, July 3rd at 9 a.m. It's free. Register today.
For over a century, local radio has evolved with the needs of the community. From politics to pop culture, we keep you informed, bringing you the most relevant news, online, on air, and on the go. You have trusted us with your news, sports, weather, and entertainment. Trust us to keep moving with you. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress local broadcasting is here to stay.
Flooring, carpeting, bath, or kitchen remodeling. Adair is the name Milwaukee has trusted for 65 years. This is Rob Adair. Ready to remodel? Give us a call, 761-3660. Get personal care from Adair, South 27th in Franklin.
Stop struggling to get your job post seen on other job sites. Indeed's sponsored jobs feature helps you stand out and hire fast. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Find furniture for life from Ken Michaels Furniture in Brookfield, Greenfield, or downtown Milwaukee.
At 8:10, how's the morning drive, Debbie?
Well, we got an accident eastbound 94 right at the ramp from Hawley Road. It is off on the right shoulder, so heads up with that. Delays obviously coming in from 92nd Street all the way through the stadium. Westbound's going to be a bit heavy from about 25th Street all the way through to Mitchell Boulevard. Back on the brakes from Highway 100 to about Elm Grove Road. Southbound 41 heavy from Good Hope Road down to about Hampton. The northbound side slowing just north of Watertown Plank Road, and that'll take you all the way up to Hampton. And then on southbound 43, backing up from just before Good Hope Road past Silver Spring. Northbound slowing from just before Fond du Lac Avenue to Keefe. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Showers and storms possible today. Warm and humid conditions under partly cloudy skies. 90 degrees your high temperature will be if you're headed to the lakefront for Summerfest or other things in our lakeshore communities. Temperatures in the mid-80s for the highs. Scattered showers and storms possible tonight with a low down to 69. And for Friday, some of those showers could linger into the morning, then sunshine by the afternoon with a high of 80. Right now, 73.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Erik Bilstad and Vince Vitrano.
Thursday morning on Wisconsin's Morning News. It is week 2, day 1 of Summerfest 2025. We'll have some more information on how you can get in for a deal and what else is going on the grounds today. Also monitoring this, well, I guess it was developing, now it has developed. A story, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth gave almost an hour's worth of remarks, some of them prepared, and then he took questions from folks at the Pentagon today about the U.S. strikes on Iran. Hegseth scolding the press corps for what he said was, or he accused them of rooting for the mission to fail because they wanted to embarrass President Trump. So he had some strong words. I thought an interesting question for the news conference as Erik and I were trying to kind of watch and listen out of one ear and to the show in the other. There was a question from someone in the press corps asked of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who also joined Hegseth, and he brought visual aids.
Yeah, he was showing
some
screens
pictures, like
and-
look
yeah,
here and look
yeah.
that, and basically he was saying, no, this preliminary report that you all have been quoting was, on the top line of the report, A, preliminary, and B, said low confidence. So we're learning more now, and we think we were very successful in striking Iran's nuclear targets. He was asked point blank by the press corps, okay, were you pressured by Secretary Hegseth or anyone in the administration to paint a rosy picture? And the chairman of the Joint Chiefs said absolutely categorically no. This is the intelligence that we have now this morning. Take any of that for what it's worth, but that's some of the things that are dominating the news cycle now as we enter the program here after 8 o'clock.
So it's 2025. As the years continue to move forward, technology continues to develop and advance. A lot more conversation about robotic ability for different machines, different uses, whether it's out on the farm or for transportation or for around the house. Robots and more robot use. Now, remember, when I say robot, it could mean some humanoid walking around your house. Or it could even be a Zumba, just driving
Which is
around.
also a robot.
Yeah, and
right.
also already doing things around your house. So oftentimes when we think robot, we think like, oh, it's
Hello,
someone we're
Erik,
talking to.
how are you today?
Right. Well, so robots have ability already, and they also have agility. But what they don't have yet is endurance, the power to last.
When you look at some of the commercial robotic technologies, the length of time that they operate for is pretty small. If you have like a quadcopter, so it's like a flying drone, flying helicopter, they last for maybe 20 to 30 minutes on like a battery. And then Spot, which is a very famous robot, it's the robotic dog that people have probably seen lots of videos online. They only operate for an hour and a half.
Yeah, so 90 minutes, which is a decent amount of time, but it's not forever, right?
His point about drones is interesting. You ever flown a drone?
They go really quick. They
They
burn through a battery really quickly.
When we first started getting drones at TMJ4, I remember being on a story and working with our photographer, and we're like, this would be great for drone, whatever. And it was like maybe 10 minutes, things up, and it's
Right.
And I'm like, what's that? He's like, I got to bring it back. We need to switch out the battery.
Right. So James Peichel, you heard there, he's an associate professor of mechanical engineering at UW-Madison, and what they are doing in Madison right now is fascinating, what they are studying. So I was talking to him about these robots and how you power them. He goes, yeah, you can plug in a robot, or you can recharge a robot, or have it just put in a new battery, but that can only get you so far.
It's not really a useful robot if it has to, sit and charge for an hour every hour. And so I think that's those kind of challenges first got us started thinking about this.
Yeah, and what are they thinking about? Well, they're thinking about how can they replicate what an animal does or a human does when it comes to us getting power and consuming sustenance.
Well, why do animals do so well, right? We can go a really long time without eating. It may not be comfortable, but we can operate, like a week without eating. Why can robots only last for an hour and a half? So what is the fundamental way that we store energy, and how is it different than robots? And so that's kind of the process that we went through in this work. And so we store energy in fat. Fat is very energy dense. It's as energy dense as gasoline. It's very comparable to a lot of our other fuels.
Yeah, so we use fat and we digest it, through protein and carbohydrates and different things like that. Could we do something like that for robots? Could robots also consume something? Now, metals are very energy dense, similar to gasoline or fat. A lot of energy per volume there. So could you use a metal like an aluminum or a steel and give that to a robot to quote-unquote consume in order to power itself?
So we started to ask the question of, can you digest metals, right? A human wouldn't want to digest metals. It's a very energy-dense source. But we have a lot of synthetic and robotic technologies that use metals. Can we actually just extract the energy from those metals directly? And then maybe you have like little metal chips.
Yeah. So maybe the robot just munches on some metal chips from time to time.
He's got a little snack bag of metal pellets there that he's opening it up.
Aluminum again. So you can find a way to have a robot. Steel.
I asked for copper.
Can you find a way to have a robot consume these metal chips, so to speak?
There's the challenge of how do you make the technology so that a robot can digest something like a piece of metal. And that's something we're working on today.
Yeah, so that's what they're working on, is figuring that out. And not only that, but also figuring out how to have the ability to teach the robot as to when it needs to do that. Like, so right now, a quote-unquote robot knows what its battery level is. Would a robot also be able to know, okay, I have so much left in the tank, I need to have a couple of metal chips here, a couple of metal Doritos or whatever they're going to be called, and sustain itself even longer?
The idea would be that this is different because the robot could then basically be entirely self-sufficient, right? It could feed itself.
Right.
As opposed to us, because we have that already. We have coal, we have gasoline, we have things that we shovel into our machines to make them continue running. You want to eliminate any human step where now the robot can fully sustain itself because it can eat.
And
now, why can't the robot just leave the assembly line then, go over, pick up its newly charged battery?
Well, I mean,
are we making this harder than it needs to be?
Well, but then you need to recharge another battery. It's like what is faster, what is quicker, what can sustain more. I mean, it also depends on what the robot is doing, right? Because not every robot is sitting on an assembly line. Some could be out in a field. Some could be flying.
Okay, I got you.
Right? So, and that's the other thing we should point out. It's not necessarily humanoid robots.
You can then distribute that metal fuel to your mechanical systems, whether it be a robot or an aircraft or an electric vehicle, right? These are all basically robots. We think of them sometimes as purely humanoid robots, but all of our kind of sophisticated transportation technologies are all becoming robotic in their function. And metal fuels are actually a really nice way to power them.
So we just had that story earlier this week about, what was it, the first battery-powered airplane flight? And it could only last so long. It cost $8 of fuel, but then I'm trying to remember how far.
Hour and a half, maybe, right?
90 minutes. Something like that, which is basically the same kind of time frame that James had given us earlier in this report. So imagine that, like you're flying in a battery-powered plane. Could that plane then, with put a couple of chips in the side slot or whatever, could it continue to fly even longer?
The whole robo-pilot says, I need to have a snack.
By the way.
What's to eat on this plane?
I'm sorry I'm so ornery. I'm just a bit hungry. What's to eat? That's the last thing I want to hear my plane ask me.
Your plane or your robot of any kind. That's why we put it in humanoid form, because A, it's funnier. So you got to start there. But also, like, don't you want? Here's my. Go ahead and laugh. Go ahead and laugh. But here's the doomsday scenario: is how self-sustaining do you want machines to be? At some point, don't you still want to have the human's ability to pull the plug? If they can feed themselves, they're going to figure out a way to, the next step will be, well, how can they manufacture?
How can they harvest more chips?
The pellets and the chips and the whatever and their little snacks that they're having on their various breaks. It's time for my break. I haven't had a thing to eat for 2 hours. Right?
Again?
And then if there's no way to stop it, right, go ahead, we laugh.
BX55 is having another break.
Right, another break.
Oh, why are we behind in our output today? Well, BX55 is out again.
He's having another break. Or the home robot, right? We painted the picture of the home robot at the fridge like your teenage kid.
Constantly.
There's nothing to eat in this house.
Just the heavy sigh.
Is anyone going shopping this week? I thought I put my snack chips on the list. I had copper on the list.
I put that on the grocery. I told Alexa. So I did ask him, though, like, could the robot change its behavior if it were low, right? If the battery power is low. Children get cranky when they don't eat, right? So
yeah.
So would there be like behavioral issues that would come with some type of robot if it's not getting the consumption it needs?
That's an interesting question. Yeah, I mean, you would hope not, right?
Yes. You wouldn't want. Well, so he went on to say
that wasn't a no.
But listen to what he says here.
I think that's actually kind of depends on how intelligence evolves, right? And so there's a lot of amazing work on intelligence for robotic systems. And like one of the cool things about human intelligence is it really depends upon our chemical and physical state.
So there's a lot to get to before we're worried about them burning through the cupboard all the time, then being sarcastic when it can't find its metal Doritos.
Who ate my copper? I was saving that for later.
It's accusing your kids.
I hate it here.
Oh, Jimmy taking my copper again.
8:23, the future on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Pass the metal Doritos. I'm starving.
That is awesome.
We laugh, but the more human we make our machines, Deb.
It's getting a little more creepy.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't stand this place.
All right. The ramp from northbound 43 on the Rock Freeway to northbound 894. In the Hale, we got the left lane blocked with a crash. So got backups coming in from the county line all the way up into the Hale interchange. We've also got a crash on eastbound 94 right at the ramp from Hawley Road off on the right shoulder. So you want to watch out for that. We've got delays also from basically 84th Street all the way through the stadium interchange. The westbound side has got some delays from 35th Street to about Mitchell Boulevard. Northbound 41 backing up just before Mayfair Road all the way up to Hampton. Southbound slow from Appleton down to Capitol, and northbound 43's got backups from Kilbourne up to Keefe, southbound from Good Hope Road past Silver Spring. I'm Debbie Lozgo with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
I can't stand this place. I'd rather be a refrigerator.
Here's to experiencing it all this summer in Wisconsin. Every deliciously cheesy, rockin', magical, fireworks-filled, festival-loving moment. There's Cheese Curd Fest in Ellsworth, Strawberry Fest in Cedarburg, Festival of the Arts in Stevens Point, and the Renaissance Fair in Bristol, Honor the Earth Powwow in Hayward, Mile of Music in Appleton, Venetian Fest, Bratfest, Summerfest. So many fests for your whole crew. Find them all at travelwisconsin.com.
Even the washing machine is treated more fairly than me.
How am I supposed to go?
Oh, great. The robot's auditing everyone else in the house.
Yes, of course.
I do all the work around here.
That guy hasn't done a thing since yesterday.
He's pointing at your son.
Yeah, right. Jeez. EAA AirVenture Oshkosh excited to announce the early bird discount. I told you that earlier that it expired mid-month. Well, it's extended now until June 30th. So get your tickets at eaa.org/tickets today. And it's an unforgettable week, July 21st through the 27th. Put every day on the calendar. Experience the only in Oshkosh moments, that full week of endless possibilities, daily air shows, world-class performers, historic aircraft displays, all kinds of hands-on activities that meet every age's expectation. And 18 and under get in free, thanks in part to the Boeing Company. Don't wait. Lock it in. The early bird pricing extended, now running until June 30th. Get your tickets at eaa.org/tickets.
Max hasn't cleaned the dishes yet, but here I am crunching numbers. Crunch this.
At Big Fish Contracting, we want every home project to be a good story worth sharing. That's why we as a team aim to exceed your expectations. We can improve any aspect of your home. Everything from a complex remodel to the essential roof, gutters, siding, and windows. Integrity, humility, and kindness are why we've grown in southeastern Wisconsin for the last 2 decades. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to learn how Big Fish is renovating homes and redeeming an industry.
Summer is finally here. We're outside and maybe noticing the condition of our old windows. Gene Miller here for my friends at Hometown Windows and Doors, your local experts in stylish, energy-efficient replacement windows. Boost your curb appeal with top brands like Pella, Anderson, and Marvin, tailored to fit your home, your style, and your budget. Plus, installation by employee carpenters. Wood, vinyl, fiberglass, all on display in their newly remodeled New Berlin showroom. That's Hometown with an E for your every window and door need. Visit hometownwindows.com today.
It's Thursday. You know what that means. It's time to get to one. Let's honor ourselves an everyday hero. An everyday hero on Wisconsin's Morning News is celebrated as an average John or Jane Doe who had no idea when they got up one morning they'd be saving a life. Today, Vince, we head to Dublin, Ireland. Go ahead.
Roy.
There, thank you.
That's all you needed.
Roy. Now we're there. Now we're in Dublin. Truck driver Tomas Zariba delivering groceries. So he's in one of those almost like a U-Haul looking truck, right, with the big back to it, and drives around.
The high-profile vehicle, big box.
Yeah, big box truck driving
go.
around the city, and he's going to different grocery stores, delivering whatever groceries he's delivering. So he's doing this last week, and he comes upon a large building, like a 3-story building in one of the neighborhoods on fire, and there's smoke pouring out of it, and clearly people have already run out of this thing. And he sees that there's a guy who had jumped from the 3rd floor and like clearly broke his leg or broke an ankle because he's on the ground, and people are helping him as they get him out of there. And he's like, well, shoot, who else is stuck in this building? And he sees a guy in the window screaming and yelling, help, help. And that guy doesn't want to jump. And clearly he's got to do something because of this fire. So what does Zariba decide to do? Well, he tells the Irish Times that, well, I figure it's much safer for him to jump on the truck. So, beep, beep, he put the truck in reverse, backed up to the burning building, put on his flashers, and told the guy, hey, jump on the back of the box of the truck. Jump on the truck.
I see, right. To cut the size of the jump in half here at least for you, and you have a better chance.
There is video of it. You can see the video if you like. Just text the word hero to the Siding Unlimited WDTMJ Talking text line 855-616-1620. The guy jumps off the truck, was said to be in shock, but otherwise Zariba says he's okay. So then Zariba, the truck driver, waited at the scene in case someone else needed to jump onto the truck. No one did, so he pulled out of there. And once, you'll love this part, once Dublin Fire got there, he goes, all right, well, I guess I'll go ahead and continue my deliveries. He went on and finished his deliveries. So thank you, Thomas Zariba of Dublin, Ireland, for saving the day and being creative and helping a guy who was clearly in dire need of getting out of a fire.
Well, you know McGinty over there who's been waiting on his groceries. Oi, Zariba! Where have you been? It said 2 o'clock.
Yeah, what gives?
What gives?
Where are my potatoes and corned beef?
You're an hour late.
What else do they eat there? Just corned beef and potatoes?
That's all. That's all they eat.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia problems, cognitive decline. It's their specialty. They're great at it. And they also offer early memory loss classes. They can help your loved one with locations throughout our state, many here in Southeast Wisconsin. I've been in their facilities. They're top notch. It's kindness at the core. It's compassion and empathy at Azura. Wisconsin-based and family-owned. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
Fleet Farm's got another great deal on tires to give you even more bang for your buck when you shop us. Get 4 qualifying Cooper or Goodyear tires installed with our Resolute Road Hazard policy and get a $100 gift card absolutely free. That's $100 you can use on anything in store, including oil, brakes, batteries, wiper blades, or other auto services. So stop in and get a fresh set of Cooper or Goodyear tires and your free $100 gift card, exclusively from Fleet Farm. Offer not available at Hastings.
What if you could lose up to 1 pound of fat every single day? At Milwaukee Weight Loss, they've got the secret, and it's helping people shed serious weight fast. Hey, it's Steve Scafidi from WTMJ. I've been on the Milwaukee Weight Loss program since January and currently in the maintenance phase after losing, get this, 40 pounds. It was fast, easy, and safe, and I'm sticking with the incredible team at Milwaukee Weight Loss to keep the weight off. Their doctor-developed, easy-to-follow program helps people lose weight naturally and safely with no drugs, no risky injections, no meal kits, no shakes, no exercise required. It's not just about losing weight. It's about resetting your metabolism to keep it off for good with personal coaching every step of the way. And guess what? Their program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in just a month or two, up to 1 pound of fat a day. Book your free consultation now at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com or call 262-449-1180. That's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com.
State Fair is right around the corner, and it's time to savor the savings. These $15 tickets will only be available through June 29th. Save today so you'll be feeling good at the Wisconsin State Fair, presented by U.S. Cellular, July 31st through August 10th.
Traffic is sponsored by St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores.
St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores. Highway 100 and Layton Avenue in Greenfield. 23rd and Lincoln and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee. Great bargains and a great cause. You're gonna love it. St. Vincent de Paul Thrift Stores.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. Iran says this morning the U.S. attacks on its nuclear facilities failed to achieve anything significant. An internal U.S. assessment that was leaked to reporters said that the bunker-busting bombs maybe delayed Iran's nukes by months, that much of the uranium was likely moved. This morning, U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth blamed the media.
In hunting for scandals all the time, in trying to find wedges and spin stories, this press corps and the press corps miss historic moments.
The CDC's newly appointed vaccine advisors are set to vote today on further restricting flu shots with an ingredient that studies have shown to be safe, but that skeptics think may cause autism. The economy shrank 0.5% in the first quarter of this year. That's the first time in 3 years the economy has contracted. Jobless claims are lower. Fewer people are being laid off. This is ABC News.
Well, we got this accident on northbound on the Rock Freeway heading northbound on 894. Right in the Hale interchange. So left lane's blocked with that, backing up right through from the county line up to the Hale interchange. We've also got the other accident on 94 eastbound at the ramp from Hawley Road off on the right shoulder. For the most part, everybody's moving along pretty well. From what I can see, the delays are pretty typical for this time of day, even with an accident. So delays from basically 84th Street through the stadium, northbound 43 slowing just before Fond du Lac Avenue to Keefe, southbound from Good Hope to Silver Spring, and then southbound on 41 from Appleton Avenue down to Capitol Drive. I'm Debbie Lozigo with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your forecast brought to you by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com to see how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. High of 84 lakeside, 90 inland today. Humid as well with showers and storms possible. Scattered showers and storms possible once again tonight, low down to 69. Milwaukee at 73, and from the WTMJ Breaking News Centers. The state Supreme Court refusing to hear challenges seeking to throw out the state's current congressional district boundaries before the 2026 midterms. Now, Democrats were asking the court to redraw the maps, putting 2 of the state's 6 congressional districts currently held by Republicans more into play. The court also ruled that Governor Tony Evers improperly used his partial veto on a bill that detailed a plan for spending on new literacy programs K through 12.
A former Marquette Residence Life employee accused of falsifying records so he could live rent-free on campus. Did so for a decade. He returns to court today. According to the criminal complaint, Michael Gerard admitted to altering billing data for the university apartment he was living in at 17th and Wells that allowed him to live free of rent from 2014 until just last year. He's pleading not guilty. He's looking at more than 10 years in prison.
Run ends for a man from Mequon who'd been competing on the popular TV game show Jeopardy!
Micah Fritz entered the final Jeopardy! Round Wednesday with a slight lead over his competition. The final clue asked contestants to identify an early chatbot named for a language learning musical character. The answer? Eliza Doolittle.
Micah Fritz in the lead with 15,800. Did he know it was Eliza? He doesn't have it. He risked 5,000, knocking him down to 10,800. Good for second place.
Fritz finishes his quick run with over $14,000 in winnings. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
News about your money. The WTMJ Annex Wealth Management market update at 8:36. The Dow starting the day up 225. The NASDAQ up 67. And the S&P is up 24.
Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited. WTMJ News Time, 8:36.
Hey, this is Steve Scafidi for Advent. I had some snoring issues that kept my wife up at night. That led to poor sleep and a lot of tired mornings on the radio, and nobody wants that, trust me. Put it simply, my nose wasn't working the way it should. I decided to go to Advent for a quick 30-minute visit, one of their great facilities, talk to a bunch of their doctors. They really put me at ease. After a really simple sleep study at home, in my own bed, they determined the root cause of my problem had to do with my sinuses and nasal passages in my breathing triangle. I didn't even know I had a breathing triangle, so I went to see Advent. After a short procedure done in office, I'm back to breathing well, and my wife and I are both back to sleeping through the whole night. The best sleep we've ever had, that could be you. If you struggle with restless nights like I did, take the time to see how Advent can help. To find out how breathing well and sleeping well can make your life and your nights a whole lot better, go to AdventKnows.com, schedule an appointment today. Because Advent knows, when you breathe well, you live better.
I want to go to this website. It's called lifetimedoor.net, and here's what you do. You click on About, and then Online Specials. Vince Vitrano here for Lifetime Door Company, saving you money on a new garage door or a garage door opener, because Lifetime Door is Wisconsin's #1 retailer of made-in-America Haas garage doors and the top LiftMaster dealer in the state as well. So Lifetime Door Company can extend major savings to you on your project. Maybe it's a replacement door. Maybe it's an opener upgraded. Whatever your project is, this summer is the time to do it. And with Lifetime Door celebrating its 60th anniversary, the trusted company to deliver these big savings on your project. You get started today. Click About, click Online Specials. Get started at lifetimedoor.net.
There's an amazing supper club in Wisconsin Dells.
Ishnala, nestled among the pines and perched above the sandstone bluffs of Mirror Lake. The beauty, the history, the service, the food, the fun. Hi, this is Bob Prosser, owner of Ishnala Supper Club in Wisconsin Dells. I've been a part of Ishnala since 1973, and I am so proud to continue the tradition that began in 1953. Why not enjoy a brandy old-fashioned in one of our bars, each with a spectacular view overlooking Mirror Lake, or just relax before or after dinner on one of our outdoor decks. Our Ishnala chefs have prepared your favorites: 24-ounce ribeye, cold water lobster tails, North Atlantic salmon, and of course, Ishnala's roast duck. Thank you for making Ishnala Wisconsin's favorite supper club, where the only thing we overlook is Mirror Lake. I'm Bob Prosser, and I want to serve you.
20 minutes before 9 o'clock on Wisconsin's Morning News. Coming up in just minutes, we're going to talk live with Brewers Vice President and General Manager Matt Arnold in Brewers 360. Can't wait to talk to him about the Miz today. So that is still coming up. Today, weekend 2, day 1, Summerfest 2025. Who's playing? What else is going on? And how do I get in for less than full price? Because, Eric, I'll give you another shot at it.
If you're paying full price, you're not trying hard as you should be trying.
Not that hard, man. You're getting better.
Okay, good.
If you pay full price to get into Summerfest, you just didn't try very hard. Your headliner on the American Family Insurance Amphitheater stage is Lainey Wilson. Special guests Lucas Nelson and Shane Smith and the Saints. Listening right now, Freddie Jones Band. Perfect summer jam band. Great sound for an afternoon show on the lakefront. They're the 3:30 show on the Uline Warehouse stage, north end of the grounds. Local pick, Mike Mangione. Amazing singer-songwriter. I'm just a fan, and he's a really good guy, too,
cool.
Guitarist. He's on one of these small stages. It's the Johnsonville-Somerville stage. That's also on the north end of the grounds. It's got a 5:30 show and a 7:30 show there. Devo and the Psychedelic Furs also playing today. What else is going on? Wisconsin's Midday News and What's on Tap with Sandy Max. Both shows originating live from Meyer Festival Park. So Greg and Jessica will get things kicked off right when the gates open today at noon. Chance to meet Brewers All-Star Christian Yelich. Yelly is going to be doing a question and answer session, followed by a VIP meet and greet for the first 50 fans who are in line. So probably at noon, people will start lining up, right? To do that.
Is the first question about Miz? Is that right out of the gate?
You know, I won an MVP. Right. This kid's pitched 3 times in the bigs. Bernie Brewer also said to be in attendance. That's 5:30. That's at the American Family Insurance House. Glow Golf, 8:30 to 10:30. They light up the Alexis Hole-in-One Challenge, so you watch the balls fly through the dark. That's kind of a cool touch. Throwback Thursday. This is super popular. So from noon to 6 p.m. today, admission is just $5. 50% off all beer, seltzer, cherry vodka lemonade, Aquafina water, and soda. Yeah, you better cut that off at 6 o'clock.
Right.
Summerfest, week 2, day 1. Gates open at noon at Meyer Festival Park. Debbie, what do you see happening on the roads?
Still seeing some problems out there. We've got this accident on the Rock Freeway northbound to northbound 894 in the hail. Left lane is blocked, so we got delays coming in from before the county line all the way up to the hail. Also on eastbound 94, a bit backed up from 76th Street through the stadium. They have this accident at Hawley Road off on the right shoulder being worked on. Westbound is pretty clear right now. Northbound 43 backing up from Fond du Lac Avenue to Keefe. Southbound from Good Hope down past Silver Spring. And then on northbound 41 backing up just before Mayfair Road all the way up towards Hampton. Southbound from Appleton Avenue down to Hampton. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
I'm Jim Token, president of the Automobile Dealers Association of Metro Milwaukee. Nobody can keep your car running smoothly like an Adam new car dealer. Adam service technicians are factory trained and use original factory parts backed by a warranty. Best of all, you'll find competitive pricing equal to or even lower than independent shops. A well-maintained car delivers maximum gas mileage and saves you money. Call an Adam dealer today because you're always better off at an Adam new car dealer.
Get an oil change and safety inspection today.
Hi, this is John Neal, CPA, founder of Right Choice Tax, and best-selling author on how to have less stress with the IRS. The IRS says there is over $330 billion that is delinquent. Are you in that number? Many of the clients we see get notices that are wrong, but they don't know what to do. This is why I started Right Choice Tax Resolution, to help people fight the IRS and state. You don't know the ins and outs of all the taxes they can charge you or the more than 150 penalties they can impose on you. The issue won't go away by doing nothing. You may be able to fix the issue if you act in time. Make the right choice and call us at 844-222-1192. Don't let them wipe out your bank account or retirement plan. Call us at 844-222-1192 or visit rightchoicetax.us right now to book a meeting. We understand how stressful this can be. The situation won't go away if you do nothing. That's 844-222-1192 or rightchoicetax.us.
Brewers GM and Senior Vice President Matt Arnold.
Sounded like there were some business side conflicts
on
their end, and some city ordinance issues that came up as well. So I think potentially the conflict might have been Jacob Mizorowski, to be honest. But
This is Brewers 360.
Brewers 360 is sponsored by Outdoor Living Unlimited and Big Fish Contracting. Brewers GM Matt Arnold on the line with us this morning. Matt, you have to have seen the movie A League of Their Own, right?
I have, yeah.
Okay, so follow me on this. You'll see where I'm going. There's that scene about midway through the film where the All-American Girls Baseball League is struggling, right? And Ira Lowenstein is the guy who's trying to put it all together, and he tells, the Rockford Peaches girls to, help out here. Listen, we're struggling here. And then things start to catch, right? Things pick up, and there's that game around the 4th of July where it's a sellout at the yard and everyone's having a good time and the kids are enjoying it and baseball's happening and there's Ira Lowenstein walking around with a big old smile on his face, moment, right? Yeah. And the music comes up and you're like, yeah, it's working. You sold out a Wednesday 1:10 pitch at American Family Field, Skeens v. Miz, and delivered. Was that you yesterday walking around American Family?
No.
No, come on. You're walking around the concourse. Look what I've built for all of you. Yes.
Chewing on some popcorn.
No, we have to be careful peacocking in this game for sure. I think that this game will humble you really fast. And obviously a super proud moment for the organization to watch Miz and everything he's doing here. But I'm just as nervous as everybody else in the ballpark, just making sure that, everything's going well and, looking for him to do great things. It's just a ton of fun to watch for him and all the other guys as well. I mean, the team's playing great right now, and it's been a lot of fun to watch for sure.
He seems to be such a good kid. He just seems to be just kind of aw shucks and happy-go-lucky. Is what he appears to be what he really is?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he wears his emotions on his sleeve. I think everyone sees him when he comes off the mound. I mean, just that energy. Like a little leaguer, and in a really cool way, just pumping his fists, and he's fired up just like we all are, and he is a really, really great kid, and again, just a ton of fun to be around.
Vince doesn't like the F-bombs.
No, I like it fine. I just think at some point somebody's going to get to him and say, the camera's right on you, man. Maybe we can see what you're saying. Yeah. Help yourself.
Yeah, at some point we'll have somebody talk to him about it, but no, it's as long as he's getting people out like that.
Right. You say what you want.
Yes, sir.
Sure.
Hey, Matt, so you allude to the fact that obviously Miz is not going to go undefeated, right? And he's going to have stumbles and he's going to have struggles and there will be things. And hopefully he is, in the entirety of his career, everything that we hope he will be. To that point, you often talk about, when guys get a few starts in, now there's tape on him, right? Now other teams have seen him. Now other teams can study him and scout him. That said, the guy's so good. The stuff he throws is so sick. Like, how much can tape and scouting help you bat against this guy?
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Vince. I mean, at some point, just the stuff is so overwhelming that it is hard to make an adjustment. But look, I think you're right that the league will continue to adjust, and he's going to have to make adjustments along with that. It is cat and mouse every day with all of these guys. In each matchup, every individual pitch is a part of a sequence, of a number of different events, and so he's going to have to continue to evolve and continue to grow just like the league is, because they will make adjustments against him at some point.
Interesting. I don't know if there's anything to see here, Matt, but Erik Haas caught the Miz yesterday. I don't know if we go back to his other starts if that was the case. Contreras was not there, and I mean, I think it's typical for Contreras to get that midweek off. But like, could this develop into a thing where Haas received a great game and called a good game for this kid? Like, does that become a pair?
No, I don't think so. I mean, look, William Contreras is our everyday guy.
Right.
I mean, he's a 2-time Silver Slugger, and he is great back there. I mean, Murph talks about it just about every post game. I mean, the little things that William does back there are tremendous. And so, honestly, with how tough he is, it is actually just fortunate for us to get him a day off, off of his feet, and to have somebody like Erik Haas, who again we trust and Miz trusts and has that kind of working relationship. It is a really good partnership there. But yeah, William's going to be our primary backstop, for the entire season.
Hey, Matt, it happened against a Chicago White Sox and Arizona Diamondbacks game. I'm just curious if this is something that you hear or observe. There was a player for the Diamondbacks who broke down and started tearing up because of a fan yelling at him, and it turns out he was yelling at him about his mother, and his mother had passed away tragically 8 or 9 years ago. Yeah, and enough where he had to be consoled by other players, and the team has ejected this fan. Now he's banned from all the stadiums. Now it sounds like this fan, whoever that was, Are we seeing more of that now? Like, I mean, you're at enough of these ballparks. Are we as fans taking advantage of our seat too often? Are we yelling things we shouldn't be yelling more and more? Is that an actual thing, or are we a different breed when it comes to pro athletes these days who have a little bit more sensitivity than maybe we had years ago?
No, look, I think just the fact that we have so many more cameras, microphones everywhere these days than ever before, it's probably catching more of that. I'm sure that this has happened, over the course of history and, in sports. I don't think there's any place for it. Honestly, I really don't. I think there's a world where you go out and you have fun and you can pull for your guys, you can pull against the other team. But I think when you cross the line with something personal, especially with a guy like that who lost his mother tragically, there's really no place for that. But I've never seen our fans do that. We have incredible fans, and they come out and they have a blast and, drink a bunch of beer and watch a sausage race and watching guys like Miz. I mean, that's what it's all about, and cheering for the Brewers. And so our fans are great. I've never seen our fans do that.
My thing is,
in my time here.
My rule of thumb, Matt, is like you can get on a guy, and that's sort of part of the back and forth between fans and players. As long as your first rule is you got to be creative. Like, don't just insult the guy. And then secondly, if you can be a little bit funny, and clearly there's a line there, but, you're going to ride some guys. That's part of the home field.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. I think you got to keep in mind that if that guy was, a little bit closer to you, you probably wouldn't be saying a whole lot.
Yeah.
These guys,
You might not be.
When you get close to these guys, I mean, they are enormous, and even the smaller guys are built like bricks, and so even a guy like Caleb Durbin, really, really strong kid. Not that tall, but he is incredibly strong, and I would not want to be in an octagon with that guy. So I think just recognizing it's about having fun, going out and cheering for your team. For the most part.
Brewers VP and General Manager Matt Arnold, our guest on Brewers 360. One more thing for you, Matt, before I let you go. I'm playing down at Summerfest today. There's this area on the north end of the grounds that's dedicated to pickleball. And ProLite and Pickleball Kingdom have demos, and they've got, paddles out there that you can check out and all sorts of stuff. So there's an exhibition today that I'll be taking part in, and a couple of your coaches there, Jason Lane and Matt Erickson, are also heading down to play. I know you've got a bunch of guys in the organization who like to pickleball. So do you have a GM scouting report for me on Lane and Erickson?
I would say good luck. I mean, they are. They're both good, and they like to talk smack, and so
awesome.
It'll be a lot of fun. You can probably get in their heads a little bit if you talk some smack to them, but both those guys are very, very good. Lane's a lefty too, so he can cover a lot of ground.
That messes
and hits
everything
really hard.
up. All right, that's good intel, though. You got my head in the right place already, knowing I got to prepare for a lefty.
Yeah, there you go. And I call Matt Erickson our fruit ninja. If you've ever played the fruit ninja game, that's sort of what he is at the net. He can slice and dice everything right in front of you. So he's really, really good too.
This sounds really bad for me, actually, right now. I may pull up lame here before I head down. Guys, I can't make it today.
Good luck.
Brewers GM Matt Arnold on Brewers 360 today. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, guys.
One more time before 9 o'clock here, Debbie.
All right, northbound on the Rock Freeway. Still kind of heavy. Basically, we've got a crash in the Hale interchange on the ramp to get on northbound 894. Backups from Beloit Road all the way through from the county line all the way up through the Hale interchange. On eastbound 94, the accident at Hawley Road still there, but luckily folks are getting past it without much of a problem. It is off on the right shoulder. Just a little bit of a backup coming out of the stadium interchange towards 35th Street. The westbound side is clear. Northbound 41 slowing from Mayfair Road up to Capitol. Southbound from Appleton Avenue to Hampton. Northbound 43 right around the Fond du Lac Avenue area up to Keefe, with the southbound side slowing from Good Hope Road down past Silver Spring. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Hi, I'm Erik Brown, owner of Outdoor Living Unlimited. Outdoor Living Unlimited recently completed an amazing project. Imagine a backyard with a beautiful deck, automated pergola, and an outdoor kitchen with an amazing outdoor fireplace as its focal point, creating that $1 million feeling every time you relax. Looking for a company to make your backyard scream wow? Stop by our beautiful showroom in Waukesha or visit our website at outdoorlivingunlimited.com.
Looking ahead to life's next adventure? Hi, I'm Mike Yancey from Yancey & Associates. Whether you're buying a home or launching your dream business, we know there's a lot on your plate. But here's the thing, you don't have to go it alone. Since 1946, we've helped Wisconsinites like you secure, protect, and grow their version of the American dream. Our team is ready to tailor the perfect plan for you. Learn more at ANSAY.com. That's ANSAY.com.
Vince Vitrano for the Bugman in Queen Bee, your best in local pest defense. Just saw it on the corner of my eye. Fox 6 was doing a story on West Nile virus in Wisconsin. It's a mosquito-borne illness, and saying there are a number of cases that have been reported. The Bugman can help you with that. So Adam tells me that he's getting a lot of calls for ant colonies right now, things in the yard, and then the foragers end up inside your house. And Adam sent me an email. Right now would be a good time for ant treatments as well as mosquito, flea, and tick treatments. We want to help people protect their families from ticks and their dogs from fleas and ticks by having us treat the property. They can get out there right away. You want to get on the schedule now. This is a local family, veteran-owned and operated business right here in West Dallas. And tell them Vinny sent you. It's 20% off your first service. That's the Bugman in Queen Bee. BugmanQueenBee.com.
With over 57 years of experience, family-owned Yutka Fence installs high-quality fencing with residential options, including vinyl, wood, aluminum, chain link, and ornamental fences. Committed to craftsmanship and customer service, Yutka Fence doesn't just build fences, they build relationships based on care, trust, precision, and protecting what matters most. Mention you're a WTMJ fan for 10% off your project. Schedule your free estimate today at yutkafence.com or call 262-859-3226.
Healthy joints, healthy lifestyle. Vince Vitrano for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Arthritis, injuries, wear and tear, common joint issues that keep you from doing what you love. At OAW, a visit to the doctor doesn't always mean surgery. Everyone is different. Surgeons, nurses, physical therapists work together to come up with a plan for you. Maybe it's PT, medication, injection, and if you do need surgery like I did, you know you're in the best of hands. Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, there is a difference. Book an appointment online at orthowisconsin.com.
Wisconsin's Midday News is back at the big gig. With all the music,
The Killers,
food,
give me that sampler platter,
sights and sounds
I'll see you on the Sky Glider
that Summerfest has to offer.
Tune in each Thursday of the festival from noon to 3 to hear me, Greg Matzik,
And me, Jessica Ty,
broadcasting live from the Pella Windows and Doors mobile studio.
It's Wisconsin's Midday News, live from Summerfest.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Whenever you're worried about having to cut back, I got to save some cash. I'm going to hold up a little bit on this. I'm not going to do this one thing just because I want to watch the money, the finances a little bit. What is that one thing you're generally holding back on?
You're asking me?
You can provide some.
Easy one, folks. We need to, I guess, eat out less, right?
Yep, that is it.
Did I get it? Am I the winner?
New survey from restaurant technology company Pop Menu finds a majority of U.S. consumers are reducing their spending, especially dining out.
61% said they were cutting back on spending in restaurants in comparison to last year. That was the top of the category, followed by new clothes, entertainment, and then travel.
Co-founder Tony Roy there. See, the other two affect me more, I would think. Not that we're always going out to eat, but buying a whole bunch of new stuff, new wardrobe, and going on travel, vacation trips would be my 1-2, I think, more than going out to eat.
Did you buy clothes ever?
Well, you can't tell.
Well, right. I don't know. Like, you always look nice. I can't tell you the last time I bought a new pair of shoes that weren't for sports. Like,
yes,
got to replace tennis shoes and golf shoes and stuff like that.
Yeah,
but like,
buy some new stuff occasionally.
Go on over to Nordstrom and buy some shirts. Like, I don't know.
A little bit more from Tony Roy.
Just under 70% of the U.S. consumers we surveyed are reducing their spending on everything. And roughly 3/4 of folks are concerned that the U.S. may go into recession. So clearly there's some things we need to do to make things easier for them out in the restaurant space.
Yeah, so you got to, what he's saying there for folks in the restaurant business, still got to find ways to attract attention because it appears that's the top go-getter as far as cutting back on.
I'll tell you what, too, you find out quickly, though. It's like, well, okay, we're gonna make more meals at home. It ain't real cheap at the grocery store either,
No,
folks.
it's
So
not.
everything's expensive. 9 o'clock on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, WTMJ's John Mercure here for Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin, the best in the area. They're going to take care of you big time. You want to play pickleball. You want to golf. You want to play with your grandkids in the front yard and do it with no pain. Go to the place that has the highest patient satisfaction ratings and the top doctors in the area. It's Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin. I've met the docs. I've walked through the hospital. It's absolutely incredible. They're going to take great care of you from beginning to end. Go to OHOW.com, hit the request an appointment button. OHOW.com, request an appointment.
An unsuspecting driver at a gas station in Wisconsin.
Welcome, Pump 15. How you doing?
Great.
Were you wearing your seatbelt today?
I never wear my seatbelt.
We're going to get him. We're going to get him real good.
Oh, my goodness.
Hello, sir. How you doing? Dollar Driver. It takes 1 second to strap a seatbelt on. Well, let's do this. Let's do it together. Now, don't that feel better?
Donald Driver can't always be there to remind you.
Click it or ticket.
And let's reduce fatalities on Wisconsin roadways.
And I should have recognized your voice when you're harassing.
I'm watching you.
Sponsored by Wisconsin DOT.
Accunet Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLS ID 255368.
After writing 3 unsuccessful offers, Brenda decided to make a no-regrets offer on this next property. She offered $35,000 over asking and promised to complete the purchase even if the appraised value came in as much as $25,000 below the accepted offer price. Why? Because she was tired of losing, and because her Accunet loan consultant showed her that even in her worst-case scenario, no additional money would be needed at closing, and her payment, which on this home was much more affordable than others she wrote offers on, would only increase by $17 a month. Brenda's no-regrets offer, backed up by a rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval from Accunet, was accepted over several others. And wouldn't you know, the appraised value came in at the significantly higher than asking purchase price, which happens 9 out of 10 times in our experience. If you or someone you know wants help understanding what a no-regrets pre-approval might look like, get started by clicking on the blue button at Accunet.com. That's ACCUNET.com.
The place you want to go, Lynch McWanago.
Nobody sells for less than Lynch.
The biggest gig in the world has finally returned. Summerfest is here, and WTMJ will be broadcasting live from the Pillow Windows and Doors of Wisconsin Mobile Studio, right on the lakefront. Come by, say hi. We are Wisconsin's radio station. News Radio 620, WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Just after 9 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Thursday, June 26th, our top story, planning for talks between the U.S. and Iran.
I'm Erik Bilstad. The closing arguments begin in New York.
Storm team forecast for today. Through the day, warm and humid with a chance of showers and storms. A high of 90 degrees. Will be 5-6 degrees cooler lakeside. Scattered showers and storms tonight, low down to 69. Right now at 68 in Milwaukee. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, nuclear talks between the United States and Iran scheduled for next week. President Trump saying the nuclear part of the talks may not even be a factor following the U.S. airstrikes on Iranian facilities.
The way I look at it, they fought, the war's done, and
You know, I could get a statement that they're not going to go nuclear. We're probably going to ask for that, but they're not going to be doing it. But they're not going to be doing it anyway. They've had it.
Word of the talks comes as Iran's supreme leader declared victory in its war with Israel, while also saying it delivered a, quote, slap in the face to the United States.
More than half of Wisconsin voters do not want Governor Evers to run for a third term in office.
42% say he should seek a third term. 55% say he should not.
That's Marquette Law School poll director Charles Franklin sharing the results of a recent statewide poll. Past polling also showed voters largely opposed giving a third term to former Republican Governor Scott Walker.
This is from January of 2016, when it was 36% saying Walker should run again, 61% no.
Evers has said he won't announce if he'll run for a third term until after the current state budget process is complete. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Wisconsin Supreme Court handing out a couple of setbacks for state Democrats.
The court is refusing to hear challenges seeking to throw out the state's current congressional district boundaries before the 2026 midterms. Democrats had asked the court to redraw the maps, putting 2 of the state's 6 congressional seats held by Republicans into play. Additionally, the body ruling that Governor Tony Evers improperly used his partial veto on a bill that detailed the plan for spending on new literacy programs for K-12 students. The court also siding with the legislature in stating the Budget Committee can legally put money into an emergency fund to be distributed later. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
The FAA is investigating a scare in the sky above Las Vegas. News Nation's Nick Smith.
The American Airlines flight had just taken off when flames and smoke started shooting out of an engine. The pilots successfully completed an emergency landing. No one was hurt, but one passenger said he heard a loud boom, and then it sounded like a tire iron inside of a dryer. Experts say this kind of issue can be caused by a bird strike or an issue with the compressor.
The airline says a preliminary inspection doesn't indicate that the engine actually caught fire. However, the Airbus A321 has been taken out of service.
Closing arguments expected today in the sex trafficking and conspiracy trial against Sean Diddy Combs. ABC's Aaron Katersky outside the courthouse in New York.
After weeks of graphic, often emotional testimony, federal prosecutors are about to summarize their case against Sean Combs, hoping to convince a jury of 8 men and 4 women that one of hip-hop's most acclaimed figures coerced women into drug-addled sexual marathons with male escorts. Prosecutors also allege Combs used his assistants, his bodyguards, and other employees to carry out a pattern of criminal activity.
The government alleging that Combs committed, quote, verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual abuse against several women dating back to 2008. He has pleaded not guilty.
News about your money, the WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Right now, the Dow is up 217, the NASDAQ up 20, and the S&P is up 17.
Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Sports, traffic, and weather next. Outdoor Living Unlimited. WTMJ News Time 9:06.
The new fractured boulders we now have in stock are really nice. They're squarer and more rectangular in shape, and they're great for building dry-laid retaining walls. They're much easier to deal with, lock together nicely, and you get less gaps. No wet mortar needed. And we've stocked a multitude of colors. You can use them as an accent item to add character to your dry river or creek beds, too. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential. Visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. Our organic mulch is comprised of all trees. Most mulch is made from ground-up pallets, and you don't know what might have been spilled on those pallets. Could be chemicals or who knows what. But not our mulch, we're recycling trees. Many species of hardwoods. Cedar, hemlock, light brown, dark brown, mocha, black, red, gold, and caramel. 7 colors to choose from means a mulch to match any exterior. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential. Visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here for QC Kinetics. The big focus in America today is on your health, right? So why aren't you feeling any better? Your knees always hurt, your shoulders keep you from exercising, and you're done with all the pills and the steroids, and you cringe at the thought of surgery. You've done everything, but the pain is always there. It's exhausting. This is when you got to call QC Kinetics. It's revolutionary treatment. It works to give your body long-term relief. Regenerative treatments takes your body's own healing power and helps and restore your damaged tissue. Call QC Kinetics today and get yourself a free sit-down. Talk to Dr. Justine Bennon. She's great. I've met with her. You can walk through the process with her. She explains it in a way that's understandable, and she can do the same for you. 414-285-3474. Call QC Kinetics today and get your life back. 414-285-3474. That's 414-285-3474. Call QC Kinetics today.
Time for WTMJ Sports Update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk. Wisconsin Lutheran guard Con Kneppel, the 4th overall pick in Wednesday's NBA draft. Round 1, he goes to the Charlotte Hornets, making him the highest draft pick ever selected from our state. Bucks draft tonight. Right now we're at the 47th pick overall, and the draft resumes at 7 o'clock our time. The Brewers are off today as the Miz outdueled Skeens at the packed American Family Field Wednesday. Next up, MLB's worst, the Colorado Rockies, starting tomorrow in Milwaukee. Entering today, hold a record of 62 losses to 18 wins.
18 wins. By the way, we'll recap the Miz show before the end of the hour.
It was a show.
We'll give you a quick synopsis before the end of the show. WTMJ time saver traffic. 94 eastbound, Highway 16 through the zoo and into downtown is looking good. Some typical slowdowns in different stretches. Around Hawley, there's a crash there that's pushed over to the side of the road, but you might notice some brake lights there. But otherwise, you should be good getting in. 41, 45, and 43, you're going to see some typical delays because of the construction. That's north of the Marquette and the Zoo interchange. Elsewhere, looking good. You should be A-okay getting where you need to be.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast. For today, warm and humid with a chance of showers and storms. High 84 lakeside, 90 inland. Scattered showers and storms, a possibility tonight, low down to 69. Slight chance of a morning shower Friday. Then afternoon sunshine with a high of 80. Saturday's high 79 at the lake, 83 inland under partly cloudy skies. Sunday, hot and humid, high of 90 with a chance of thunderstorms by the afternoon. Monday, high 87, partly cloudy with a slight chance of rain. Right now it's 68 in Milwaukee.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Here are your hosts, Erik Bilstad and Vince Vitrano.
10 minutes after 9 on Wisconsin's Morning News. We'll take you up until 10 o'clock. Wisconsin's Midday News will be live out at Summerfest today, right when the gates open at noon. Greg and Jessica have their thing going there live from Summerfest. Sandy Max will do her show, What's on Tap, live from Summerfest as well this afternoon as we are, weekend 2, day 1 of the big gig. So lots to get to here in this hour. Want to revisit this story because we had shared some early detail yesterday as we were awaiting this court appearance, and now we have a lot more information. And let me start with this. He was coming by to pick up his stuff, and he was late. Told her he was running one more errand, and then he would be by. And that's when she believes he picked up the axe that he would use to try to kill her. Some chilling new information in this lengthy now issued criminal complaint. 34-year-old Hayden Daffinson, charged now with 8 felonies, including attempted first-degree intentional homicide, first-degree sexual assault, multiple charges of mayhem with a dangerous weapon. He's accused of attacking his former girlfriend with an axe and then leaving her for dead. Well, she survived, and Daffinson is now being held on $5 million bond. At this time yesterday, we were a couple hours ahead of the court hearing, right? And we didn't know, would we even have some of these charging documents? Right. So as it turns out, we do. This is the story out of Fond du Lac, much clearer this morning as we have now details of the investigation from the attack that occurred over the weekend. And we talk about this, Erik and I, from time to time, when you have a story like this where the detail is graphic. We went through it with the whole Sade Robinson, with her murder, with the trial. Like, there are things that are coming out that are very graphic, and we're sensitive to the fact that some of you are eating your breakfast right now, or you taking the kids to swim lessons, and maybe that's not what you're expecting to hear. That said, this woman survived an extraordinary ordeal. She's a hero and is brave enough right now to be working with authorities to try to get her attacker locked up. And out of deference to that, and also, this happened. So I want to share some details. I guess I've cleaned it up a little bit, and I'll tell you in the spots when I'm sharing something where there's additional detail that I'm kind of not going through. I think we're at a good balance here. But the question outstanding when we were talking about this story yesterday was, okay, why did this attack occur? What's the relationship between the two?
Who was this guy?
Yeah. What are the circumstances? So District Attorney in Fond du Lac County is Erik Toney. He joined Wisconsin's Afternoon News on Tuesday, and at that point, he wasn't ready to share a lot of that.
It was just an incredibly brutal attack, and the circumstances certainly can fit the hallmarks of domestic violence and just how important it is to keep women safe and help them safely exit relationships.
So when DA Toney mentioned domestic violence, that was the first indication that, okay, these two could be acquaintances at least, right? If not more than that.
If not together. Or...
Yes. So the woman who was attacked, as it turns out, 38 years old, identified in the criminal complaint as victim 1. There is no victim 2. This is cop speak, investigator speak. Mm-hmm. They don't identify her in this document, which becomes public because her name they'd like to keep anonymous unless she chooses to share it at some point. According to authorities, she and Daffinson were in a relationship. They had lived together for a short time, and she was breaking it off. And so they were sort of in that process. He'd been out of the house for a week where she lived, and then over the weekend, they had arranged he was going to come by and pick up his stuff. And actually, if you have, as we have over the years, talk with folks who've been affected by domestic violence, any of the advocates for domestic violence victims tell you that these are the times that you ought to be wary, where there's that separation but there's still unfinished business between the two of you, right?
Where you know you're going to be meeting up again at some point.
Yes. So if we learn nothing else from this, and if there's a larger thing to take away from this picture, like if you're in one of these situations and you have that opportunity where you're breaking things off with someone and you have to have contact again, good idea to have somebody there with you if you can. Have some support with you, because it sounds like this is how this whole thing went to hell. Police officers responded to the victim's 911 call. She called 911 herself, and they paint this gruesome picture of what they saw from the criminal complaint. Officers observed victim 1 was located on the living room floor of the residence, partially naked, lying on her stomach, arms over her head. They go on to describe then, Eric, blood spatters all over the house, pools of blood around the home, like a movie scene. Efforts to stabilize the victim before additional assistance could arrive on scene. Victim's head was covered in blood. There were visible open gashes to her arms, left wrist, left pinky finger. It gets more graphic than that. I'm going to stop there. One of the officers on scene asked the victim who did this to her, and she was initially hesitant to tell officers who did this to her. That's word for word from the criminal complaint. So even after all that and in that moment, you say, hey, who did this? Who should we be chasing? She said she was frightened to tell the police. That the guy, when he left, threatened to kill her if she told.
And that can be common. Yep.
So he had fled the scene at that point and was later arrested. Now, she later told authorities when Daffinson had arrived to pick up his stuff on Sunday afternoon that there wasn't a lot of ramp up. He came out of his car with the axe, or out of his vehicle with this axe, and apparently intended to use it, and did almost immediately. The police believe he had just purchased that axe earlier that afternoon. They have a receipt from a Dollar General store in Ripon. And then he went right over to the house. There was that small period where he had told her through a messaging app, hey, I'm running late. I got this errand to run. She thinks that was the errand that he had to run.
To buy the axe.
To go get that axe, right. And then the timeline works out as well, given where the receipt was and when he arrived at the home. So there's this Ring doorbell video as well from a neighbor's house, and a detailing of terrifying audio. You can imagine this is going to be admitted and played in court. Here's a description of what was heard on the video. Female believed to be victim 1 based on investigation, yelling, "Get out of my house. No, get out of my house. Stop." And then there's some other stuff there. It goes on to how that played out. The victim says Daffinson then attacked her with that axe. While she was injured and bleeding, pleading for her life, he then sexually assaulted her. And I'll leave some more of that detail out here, but use your imagination. Following the sexual nature of the attack, the victim says Daffinson said, "F it, I'm just going to kill you because I'm going to prison anyway." Ugh. Criminal complaint also details how Daffinson led police in Germantown. So he went down, they thought maybe even into northern Illinois, and kind of drove around, seemed to be distraught, kind of all over the place, ended up in Germantown where authorities intercepted him.
Didn't know where to go, basically.
Right? No plan, sort of, after that.
And that happens from time to time with these manhunts. Is guy running away doesn't know even where he's trying to go.
Turned up where? I don't know why. That high-speed chase reached speeds of over 110 miles an hour, according to authorities. They were able to disable the vehicle during that chase, used a couple of maneuvers, the stop sticks, I believe what they call the pit maneuver, where police squad actually rams the vehicle and brings it off the road. So they brought Daffinson into custody. So they've got a mountain of this evidence. They've got blood spatters on his clothing. Obviously, that needs to be DNA tested and all that. They've got the receipt for the purchase of the axe. They've got video of a person whom they believe is him, pretty obviously, going into the house. But more than all that, they got the victim, who somehow survived. Mm-hmm. They say she's likely going to lose a finger, at least, which, based on the description of the rest of the injuries,
pretty amazing.
Right? Her wrist was very badly damaged, 2 broken arms, skull fractures, and doesn't even begin to address the emotional scarring from the attack and how long that recovery will continue to be. But she is working with authorities now to put this guy away forever. Hayden Daffinson is now held on $5 million bond. He is due back in court for a preliminary hearing at the end of next month. 9:19 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
It's time to find great summer values at Blaine's Farm and Fleet. We have everything you need to get out and celebrate the season at unbeatable farm and fleet prices. Like men's work and sport pocket tees, $10.99 each. Select Perfect Air dehumidifiers and window air conditioners, $139.99. Assorted Rust-Oleum 2X spray paint is on sale, $4.99. Plus, we offer Blaine's best price promise, guaranteeing you'll always find the lowest price with us or we'll match it. Blaine's Farm and Fleet. Be an original.
WTMJ's Erik Bilstad here for QC Kinetics. You know that feeling when you get up in the morning and you're like, there it is. There's the back screaming at me already because I slept funny on it. And then you got to deal with that for the rest of the day. And you're like, well, I was going to drive here and do that today, but now I don't want to. And the back's going to be bothering me through the weekend now. And you don't know what to do. And you're tired of that, and you're like, well, who do I even call? I don't really want surgery. I'm not even sure if that is what I should be doing right now. Well, here's who you call. You call QC Kinetics. Super easy. 414-285-3474. It's 414-285-3474. QC Kinetics has revolutionary treatments right here in Southeast Wisconsin that works to give your body long-term relief. So they can help with your back or your knees or your shoulders, et cetera, et cetera. The time is now to call. Set yourself up for a free consultation. Sit down with them. They tell me 75% of the time after they meet with a person, a patient potentially, same day that patient starts getting the relief they need. 414-285-3474. Call QC Kinetics today.
As host of the Fix-It Show, I've talked to countless homeowners worried about musty basements, water seepage, and foundation cracks. And my answer is always the same. Call Accurate Basement Repair. They're not just Wisconsin's #1 rated foundation and waterproofing team. They deliver real peace of mind. I've recommended them for years because I know the quality of their work. And more importantly, the integrity behind it.
Wow, we're grateful for that trust, David. Every home we restore, we treat like our own. And that's what Accurate is all about.
They're not just good, they're accurate.
It's your girl Noni Juice for Sweet Talks. Self-love isn't selfish. Feeling confident improves all aspects of your character. And no one understands that quite like Sweet Talks in Menominee Falls. Step into their judgment-free zone, where a staff of registered nurse injectors leads the way. Recommending Botox, Dysport, or Daxify, Sweet Talks goes beyond injectables, though. They offer facials, lasers, medical weight loss, hormone therapy, and more. See why you'll want to join thousands of loyal patients at sweettalks.com.
Big day today overseas in Venice. It starts.
Happening today.
So today is the beginning of the long celebration in the marriage of Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez. Yeah.
Who gets married on Thursday?
Well, no, they're getting married on Saturday, but the celebration.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's what's happening today. The celebration. This is in Venice, so
I thought they could get a better deal on a venue if you went on Thursday afternoon, right? You really wanted to save some money there.
Oh, yeah, penny pincher,
right?
Pesos.
Hey, pro tip, right? Yeah, better availability.
Probably better to do it on a Tuesday. So here are some of the people attending the wedding. Kim Kardashian, Mick Jagger, Leo DiCaprio, Orlando Bloom, Bill Gates, etc., etc. Maybe even Oprah Winfrey and others are supposed to be there. The wedding has divided Venice. Some people really unhappy about this because of the money that's being spent and the time and the energy and the space given up for this guy.
The problem is not the wedding. The problem is the system. We think that one big billionaire can't rent a city for his pleasure.
Yeah, that lady upset that they're renting the city out. Now, the city administration is strongly defending the nuptials as keeping with Venice's tradition as an open city that has welcomed popes, emperors, and ordinary visitors alike for centuries. So they're saying, hey, look, they're just people, just like anyone else, and they're spending some money and they're renting out spaces. This is what they're allowed to do.
Yeah, like didn't the RNC rent Milwaukee?
Right. Yeah.
And the DNC planning to rent Milwaukee?
I don't think it was $27,000 a head or $70,000 a plate or whatever this is for.
I think they just don't like him.
Well, that's probably
Right.
well. So it's part of it. So there have been some protesters there. One of them, we saw this protest taking place where they had like a paper mache of what looked to be a Jeff Bezos holding onto a large Amazon box, floating through the rivers of Venice. There, just kind of floating in the water. There's also been talk of throwing out a bunch of inflatable alligators to prevent some of the celebrity from being able to get to said wedding.
Gotta hand it to the Euros. They're much better creative protesters than are we in the U.S. Like their signs are better than our signs when they're marching.
There is one group that is really against them coming in there, and they're actually holding a protest, and they've also listed off the 27 dresses. The planet is burning, but don't worry. Here's the list of the 27 dresses of Lauren Sanchez, reference to the bride's reported wedding weekend wardrobe. She's got nearly 30 different outfits for the 5-day celebration.
Okay. Yes, and like I don't know, like what does Venice want from them?
So what we did tell you earlier was that there was some plans. They were extending an olive branch back. So Bezos and Sanchez in their invitation had said, hey, we don't need to get stuff. We didn't register at Target, so you don't really need to get us anything.
Imagine what if you went around with one of those little guns.
Beep, beep, beep. Honey, you don't need
Kitchen
a toaster.
sets.
Yeah, let's just get a toaster. Beep.
Some new Tefal.
Crate and Barrel. That was
right?
so much fun, walking around the Crate and Barrel store. Beep, beep, beep.
Look at this frying
Registered for
pan.
stuff.
Oh, I could make the eggs in this every morning.
And then you'd get it, and you'd be like, oh, I didn't really need this thing that we just registered.
Quick aside, as a joke, I registered for a bunch of stuff that was like off the wall. We got some of it.
Of course you did.
My wife was so mad.
You can't understand a joke when it's on a list on a computer.
It was like a Darth Vader salt and pepper shaker. She's like, why did we get this? Like, I may have registered for that.
Fantastic. The Star Wars dartboard. Why does Jeff Bezos want this? Anyway, so what they did say is, hey, instead, can you just give us some charity ideas for the Venice area, and we'll just throw a ton of money at Venice. So that's what they're throwing their money at, is just at Venice. Obviously, he's a billionaire times however many, so he's fine. They don't need the cash. That's what they're going to do.
Right. So don't bring gifts, and I will bestow various gifts in your name upon the good people of Venice.
But just get ready. Protesters say their plans are to disrupt the arrivals of the guests at some of the wedding venues. So they're trying to keep everything secret there, but there's going to be some clashes when Leo DiCaprio shows up in his tux, waiting to get in when he's carrying his, I don't know, his lamp or whatever he is he bought.
See, you'd have to do something, right? What do you get for the person who has or can have everything? It has to be creative then. Those are the tough ones.
A card.
Right,
Maybe
something
Bezos
nice.
just wants a homemade card.
Maybe, yes.
Kind of like Father's Day or Mother's Day.
Some of your words.
Yeah.
That's what I want. 9:27 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
WTMJ's John Mercure here. If you're trying to make sense of the economy and where we're headed, Thursday, July 3rd, you need to check out a webinar I'm co-hosting with Annex Wealth Management Chief Economist Brian Jacobson. Thursday, July 3rd, 9 a.m., you'll get instant insight just after the jobs report is released. We'll provide instant analysis on the employment picture, answer your questions, and explain what it all means. Visit WTMJ.com, click the Instant Insight Register Now button, or check out events at AnnexWealth.com. Thursday, July 3rd at 9 a.m. It's free. Register today.
Here's to time out on the water in Wisconsin. To living your best life while enjoying the lake life.
Ready?
And getting up on a wakeboard the very first try. Or not. Here's to wearing only swimsuits and wishing this perfect day would never end. Here's to those who Wisconsin. Start your summer getaway at travelwisconsin.com.
If you need a place for new home interior ideas, then you have to come talk to us. Our on-staff decorators know furniture, home decor, and a lot more. And they're not only creative, but also very willing to help you make great choices. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating taste come to find premium home decor at a value. Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee. Stop in often, because our inventory changes daily.
Design Exchange.
Previously, it has been gently loved. But here, you'll only find very well-conditioned premium home decor items that you likely won't find elsewhere. Distinctive furniture, unique antiques, and original art, and other tasteful home decor at a value. This is Katie with Design Exchange, where discerning buyers with discriminating taste come to find premium home decor on consignment at 25 to 40% off retail prices in Heartland and Pewaukee.
Design Exchange.
And now for the Pella play-by-play, here's Jeff Levering.
Thanks, Gina Dello from Pella. What a beautiful day to have new windows and doors installed.
Every day is beautiful because Pella installs year-round during all seasons.
It's so hard to guess that next pitch. The customizations seem endless.
And it doesn't have to be super expensive. Pella has a product line for every budget.
And if it is time for a major upgrade, rest easy by scoring no interest and no payments for up to 2 years. Visit PellaWI.com today.
Certain restrictions apply on 6/30/2025.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guest, J&B Construction. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. Yet at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
ABC News, I'm Wayne Cabot. GDP got tossed in reverse in the first quarter for the first time in 3 years. The Commerce Department saying the American economy shrank, down 0.5% as imports surged ahead of Trump tariffs. The Senate's rule enforcer dealing a major blow to the Senate Republicans this morning, ruling that a key Medicaid provision in the One Big Beautiful Bill is out of order. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth blaming the media for reporting on a leaked preliminary assessment that Iran withstood much of the weekend U.S. attacks.
When someone leaks something, they do it with an agenda. And when you leak a portion of an intelligence assessment, but just a little portion, just the little portion that makes it seem like maybe the strike wasn't effective, then you start a news cycle.
A CDC committee just voting yes on an RSV shot for infants to prevent respiratory virus. A Swedish study links ADHD meds to fewer accidents, injuries, and crime. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 9:31.
From the WTMJ Breaking News Center, no state budget yet as the deadline looms. Metropolitan Milwaukee Association of Commerce Vice President of Government Affairs Andrew Davis on Wisconsin's Afternoon News saying the funds directly impact Milwaukee residents.
Be it tax cut, tax reform, increased K-12 spending, and the infrastructure that you just mentioned with roads and the freeway system. And those are some of the top priorities you have to take care of every budget.
The deadline for passing a biennial budget is June 30th.
An update to the case of a woman from Fond du Lac who survived an axe attack.
New details reveal both the victim's arms were broken and she has multiple head fractures. The man now charged with attempted murder is her ex-boyfriend, 34-year-old Hayden Daffinson, now behind bars on $5 million bond. Fond du Lac County District Attorney Erik telling us,
I've seen some of the photos and I just want to be careful. We're grateful that this woman is alive, that she survived.
Court records reveal Daffinson was caught in Germantown after a car chase. His legs and shoes were found covered in blood. Julia Fellow, WTMJ News.
Lime scooter usage skyrocketed the first weekend of Summerfest. Number of trips doubling compared to last year. Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel reporting Lime riders took over 29,000 trips in the city during the festival's first weekend. Of course, Day one of weekend 2 starts today at noon. Since the launch of the city back in 2019, they say more than 400,000 riders have taken over 2 million trips on line scooters.
The WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. The Dow is up 217 to 43,199. The NASDAQ up 20 to 19,994. And the S&P is up 17 to 6109.
Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
WDTMJ time saver traffic. Things are looking okay on the roadways. 94 eastbound, Highway 16. Through the zoo and into the city. That's pretty much on time, about an 18-minute ride, so no real issues there. 41, 45, typical delays because of the road work. Same thing on 43, again, north of the Marquette and north of the zoo interchange.
Your WTMJ 5-day forecast will take you into Monday here. 90 degrees your high today. If you're headed to Summerfest, you're in our lakeshore communities. 84 degrees is that high along Lake Michigan. Warm and humid with a chance of showers and storms. Scattered showers and storms still possible tonight. Low down to 69. Maybe a chance of a morning shower on Friday. Afternoon sunshine and a high of 80. For the weekend, Saturday partly cloudy. High 79 at the lake. 83 inland. Sunday, high of 90 degrees, hot and humid with afternoon chances of thunderstorms. And for Monday, partly cloudy with a slight chance of rain, high 87. Right now, 67 in Milwaukee.
Welcome back to Ask Hasslis. I'm Weston. What's your question?
How do you get pee out of an old mattress?
Well,
I'm asking for a friend.
The best way to remove urine from a mattress is to trade in that old mattress for a new Beautyrest or Sealy Posturepedic.
But that'll cost a lot of money.
Not at Hasslis Mattress. Through Monday, trade in your old mattress and get additional savings of $248 off a queen and $348 off a king. And that's on top of our everyday low prices.
Come on, everybody says lowest prices.
Others sell a Sealy Posturepedic Queen Emeryville A mattress for $12.68. Hasslis sells it for $10.34. But through Monday, it's just $7.86. And check out the low prices on Beautyrest and more. Plus, free next day delivery.
What does my friend do with his old soaked mattress?
We haul it away for pee.
What was that?
Sorry, I meant for free.
Sure you did.
Open 9 to 9. Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hasslis.com.
Fewer headaches, better sleep, better mood, better health. But very often, you start going to the chiropractor because your back hurts. Vince Vitrano for Connect Chiropractic. That's what brought me in to see Dr. Alex Young and his team. And my fellow patient, Selena, her story, tougher than mine. She had back issues that made her want to stay in bed. But regular care with Connect Chiropractic has her running on the treadmill again. Said her family. Her boyfriend recently said, "We haven't heard you complain about your back for months." All with no twisting, no cracking, no popping. Connect Chiropractic in Wauwatosa, Delafield, and now in Oak Creek. Get started at Go Connect Chiro. That's goconnectchiro.com.
Without an Advent clinic nearby, people suffering needlessly from chronic nasal congestion and sinus infections would be stuck with either Band-Aid or Sledgehammer solutions. Band-Aids are pills or nasal sprays, and they're not true solutions. Surgery is a sledgehammer, and that's what we're trying to avoid. Because most people don't need surgery for nose and sinus issues, nor do they want a 14-day recovery. Our unique Advent approach can, in 20 minutes in our office, open your blocked nose for good, with only 1-day recovery. I'm Advent founder Dr. Kandula. Outside of Advent's 4 walls, invasive surgery is what they'll recommend. But here you will find effective and convenient in-office solutions to help you stop the need for Band-Aids and avoid the sledgehammer.
Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment, because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. AdventKnows.com. Most insurance accepted.
We tried to run, but we didn't get far. Never say never with you. I end up together with you. It's hell and it's heaven with you, baby.
9:37, Wisconsin's Morning News. Weekend 2, day 1 of Summerfest kicks off in just a matter of hours, a little over 3.5 hours, or a little under 3.5 hours from now for gates open. It's one of those special days where you get the discounts. What do they call it? Throwback Thursday. So it's $5 to get in, and then a whole bunch of deals on beverages that last until 6 o'clock tonight. I'll talk a little bit more about it with WTMJ's Sandy Max, whose What's on Tap show will originate live from Summerfest this evening.
Hearing a little bit more from the Pentagon this morning. This is going to be dominating some of the news cycles today, you would imagine, right? We had the president speak early from The Hague around 8 o'clock on Wednesday morning. We're hearing from the defense secretary today, Pete Hegseth, regarding the strikes on Iran.
Fiery news conference as predicted,
Yes,
and it was early. It was 8 o'clock Eastern time, 7 o'clock our time.
So the Pentagon says the U.S. strike against those 3 Iranian nuclear sites over the weekend was more successful than some believed it to be. Preliminary assessment from one U.S. intelligence agency said that Iran's nuclear program was only set back by a handful of months, while the CIA is assessing that strike it caused severe damage to the country's nuclear capabilities. Now, sources have told ABC that it's too early to fully ascertain how damaging the strikes may be, but Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth telling reporters this morning that the preliminary report that was leaked doesn't tell the whole story.
When someone leaks something, they do it with an agenda. And when you leak a portion of an intelligence assessment, but just a little portion that makes it seem like maybe the strike wasn't effective, then you start a news cycle.
Hegseth criticized the media for going after an agenda first. He also, along with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, told reporters that his assessment is straightforward.
You bring the chairman here who's not involved in politics. He didn't do politics. That's my lane to understand and translate and talk about those types of things. So I can use the word obliterated. He could use defeat, destroyed, assess, all of those things. But ultimately, we're here to clarify what these weapons are capable of.
So then they did show some visual aids. The chairman did bring in some screenshots and explained the ventilation that they were hitting in Iran where this was all taking place.
I thought it was interesting, Secretary Hegseth, for my comfort level, overly scolding the media.
It was. It was quite a bit.
And not as a member of the media, just for in terms of, as an American, what I want to hear from my Secretary of Defense. I'm not suggesting they didn't have a point. His point was, why do you all, and this was his accusation, why do you all seem to root for failure because you hate President Trump? Like, shouldn't you be, and I don't think it's the media's role to root necessarily for success. It's to report fact. And to the extent that this report was real and it said what it said, okay. I think his point is you have to know this. On the top of the report, it says preliminary. And on the top of the report, it says, our confidence in the material herein contained is low because it's 2 days after and it's not built on human intelligence or these other things that the CIA is now gathering. So his point is well taken, and I agree with him to an extent on that. But the tone just felt like, okay, at what point are you going to get to the stuff here?
Right, yeah. Show us the goods. Show
me the goods. And if you're a devotee to President Trump, you want to hear that. If you're anti-Trump, you hate to hear that. Like for folks who are somewhere, I just want to know what happened. How successful were we so that I can make those judgments for myself. You did hear a lot of that at the news conference once things settled.
Also at that news conference, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, we're talking about him, General Dan Kane, was asked about whether or not he was pressured by the president to offer a rosier assessment of those strikes than perhaps they actually were. Here is his response.
No, I have not, and no, I would not. My job as the chairman is to offer a range of options to the president and the National Command Authority to deliver the risks associated with each of those, and then take the orders of the National Command Authority and go execute them.
I thought it was a good and fair question. Mm-hmm. Just, all right, here you are, Secretary of the Joint Chiefs, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, right? Did they pressure you to say things? No, what was he going to say then, standing in front of and next to the Secretary of Defense? And the Joint Chiefs, at least in that council, if you will, serve at the pleasure of the president. So he could. Right. So there's the possibility that they are in some way political, at least publicly. That's certainly there. Good and fair question, asked and answered, and he said, no, absolutely not. This is my military assessment of what went down.
I would also argue that, again, both things can be true. The idea that you want to, or you believe that the media is going after just the negative piece of it, that could also be true. However, it's also could be true that the initial assessment was, hey, we're not sure if we hit anything. Again, that's news when something like this is happening, when we are dropping bombs like this on another country. Some consider that an act of war. It's okay for the media and for the citizens of the country to want to know more information.
To question and evaluate the
Yes.
success
Yes.
or failure
Both
therein.
things can be true.
Well, I have this here from the supreme leader in Iran, the Ayatollah, who, among other things, has declared victory over Israel in his first public comments since these attacks began, and then also said that Iran delivered a slap in the face to the United States.
When?
So there's an assessment there, if you'd like to take that under consideration as well. 9:43 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
For those with a warm weather fashion passion, try St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores because that's where you'll find a vast array of men's, women's, girls, and boys' warm weather apparel at the friendliest prices. So many choices and at such a value. You can fill the closet without draining your wallet. Shop warm weather fashions at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it. St. Vincent de Paul.
9:43, big day today. You know what's happening today?
Please.
Oh, come on, Pancake, you got to play it.
Happening today.
Yes, it's happening today. You know what's happening today at my house? Tri-County Contracting is coming over with the windows, installing them today. Play it one more time. Yeah.
Happening today.
It's happening
Okay,
today.
very nice.
I'm going to be headlining that all day at my house. I'll just be reading that out loud. Tri-County
the guys
Contracting. Yeah, Steve and the crew are going to be putting in the brand new window treatments there, going out to the new patio, also installing an office window for us that we need to get taken care of. Tri-County Contracting. Here's the thing. You always hear so much about Tri-County Contracting and what they're doing for roofs. Tri-County Contracting does that. They've been doing it for more than 40-plus years, but that's not all. Don't forget, Tri-County Contracting, WI.com. It's worry-free roofing, siding, and windows. Tri-County Contracting, WI.com.
Happening today.
Looking ahead to life's next adventure? Hi, I'm Mike Yancey from Yancey & Associates. Whether you're buying a home or launching your dream business, we know there's a lot on your plate. But here's the thing, you don't have to go it alone. Since 1946, we've helped Wisconsinites like you secure, protect, and grow their version of the American dream. Our team is ready to tailor the perfect plan for you. Learn more at ANSAY.com. That's ANSAY.com.
Turns away, turns out the lights. What's he got that I ain't got?
9:45 on Wisconsin's Morning News. WTMJ's Sandy Max in studio with us as she is getting set for her Summerfest show tonight.
I'm bopping to this. This is the producers.
You like that action?
I do, because you know what happened to the producers last year, bless their hearts? They made it on stage for 2 songs. I was there, and then the storm rolled
the weather,
through.
yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
that's no good.
So they got booked again this year. So a fine choice, Pancake. Fine choice. Because I'm telling you, if you're a big fan of 80s music like I am, especially that alternative 80s music, MTV 80s, tonight's a good night.
I was going to say there's lots of 80s bands coming in today.
I kind of need to clone myself or put on my running shoes to get back and forth. Because you've got Devo headlining the Uline Warehouse stage and Psychedelic Furs at the exact same time on the Generac Power stage, and other great bands, English Beat.
Yep, English Beat is
Chameleons.
before the Furs.
Yeah, there's a lot to love about tonight.
Anything specifically today you got your eyes on?
I have to see Devo. I saw them at Lollapalooza about 10 years ago on a bright, sunny afternoon, crazy hot at Lollapalooza. So it's just like, if they put on that great of a show in the daylight, now imagine as headliners. They're going to really bring it. And Exposed Foreheads is a local band. They've been around for several years, and they're very Devo inspired. And I had Mark G.E. of Exposed Foreheads last night on What's on Tap.
Nice.
And they're just psyched to be on the same stage. So they're on stage at 5:30, and they bring kind of that Devo B-52 super fun vibe to the stage. They're going to be a great lineup and warm up. Then it's the producers, and then it's Devo. So yeah, Devo I need to see. And by the way, I heard you guys talking about Devo with Mark Tauscher.
Yeah.
They definitely have more than one song. They will not only play Whip It.
Right.
They have That's Good, Peekaboo. They have It's a Beautiful World. They have many great songs.
I didn't even know why you
being
talked
cool.
to me. Because I've said to Eric before, like, I don't know anything about music.
they're
like, I
great.
know a couple of things that I like, but I can't tell you who's in the band or they played these things or who made the record or I don't know anything about music.
But it's just like art. It's in the eye of the beholder.
Right.
You can still appreciate music or
But
know
like
what
you
like
know
or
stuff,
don't like.
and like Sandy knows everybody who's ever been in this, and this song was actually written by this person who used to be in that band and then moved from that band when they broke up because of the thing and whatever.
I love that.
It's
Yeah.
true. You are crazy.
I don't know why you even talk to me.
I dig in. I really dig in. But I will tell you, just walking by Devo, they're icons. They're going to bring it, and the hats are called energy domes.
Okay, I knew
the
they had a
upside down
name
flower
to
pots
them,
are energy domes.
Mm-hmm.
I overheard you talking about an Adam Sandler announcement. Is that Summerfest
yeah,
related,
I wanted to
or is
bring
that a
you.
different
No, not
show?
Summerfest related,
Okay.
because I know as excited as we all are about Summerfest, there are other things going on. No, this just came across at 8 o'clock this morning. Adam Sandler coming back to Milwaukee Fiserv Forum on October 5th. His last
He's just
2
here.
concert tours were sold out.
Yeah.
And he's got a 2024 Netflix special, Adam Sandler, I Love You. This is going to be fun. And, usually we say, you have to wait to get tickets. Oh, no. There's a Live Nation presale at noon today, and then the general on sale is tomorrow at noon for Adam Sandler.
What kind of show does he do? Like, does he do some of his guitar stuff and his
Yes.
silly songs, and then he does like stand up, or
Absolutely. All of the above. I don't know if it'll be a phone-friendly show or not at Fiserv Forum, but the chance to see, we're just talking about Devo
put
being
your
icons.
phones away? I don't want any video.
But get ready.
for Adam Sandler.
That's pretty good. I have never heard your Sandler.
I've never talked to Sandy Max.
Oh my gosh! Well, speaking of that, I did jump on this, and I've been told Adam Sandler's not doing press for this tour.
He doesn't need to.
But I bounced right back and said, "Thank you, first of all, for even responding to me within 10 minutes." But is he doing press for Happy Gilmore 2?
Aha!
Which comes out on Netflix in
you go.
just a
July,
couple
yeah.
of weeks, July 25th.
Hey, I won't ask you anything about your show. How about that?
Yeah, I'll ask you all
I'll
about
ask you
Happy
the movie.
Gilmore. So I'm trying. I can be tenacious. So we'll see if I can get Adam Sandler. But boy, he brought people up on stage in the past before when he's performed here in Milwaukee. So I think you'll really enjoy. He does bring it. He's not going to act like he doesn't play guitar. Like, I think he really brings people together.
I know we got a couple of things outside of Summerfest that we got to mention, but I was going to ask you, did you put together another theme? for this
I'm still
weekend? Are you
sticking with
working
the
on
theme.
that?
I'm working on an
Okay.
international theme, but they're like 40 bands.
All of them.
So yeah,
Okay.
so I'm working on that, but you could still text the word bands, BANDS, to the Siding Unlimited WTMJ Talk and Text line. Text bands to 855-616-1620, and you will get my themed list, which is still good for saxy sounds,
All
if you
right.
like those horn sections.
See what you did there?
Oh, I did. And fun names, because Vince, I know you want to see a band called Your Mom.
Greg, when is your mom playing? Do we know?
Next
Do you have-
Thursday.
It's going to be funny every time.
Thursday,
Greg, when's your
July
mom play at Summerfest? Going to see your mom tonight.
Oh my gosh! But yeah,
Arr,
so,
arr, arr.
your
Oh,
mom
hold
is
on.
July 3rd, and there are fun names, and the yes. So you can text the word bands. And
Sandy now regretting that she even came in the studio.
no. Well, it's bad enough. Are you going to see your mom?
I don't even know what do they play? Like, what do they?
Does it matter?
Right.
They have a song called Lava Lamp. They're actually a folk funk band from Park
Okay.
Ridge, just outside Chicago.
It's worth stopping by for one song just so you can.
Hey, I
deliver
saw
the
your
joke.
mom last
Saw
night,
your
so
mom
you can
last.
make
Well,
that
you're going to be at Summerfest today because Vince, you're grabbing the pickleball paddle
That's pickleball
again.
related today and tomorrow. So tomorrow is the continuation of the quote unquote celebrity pickleball tournament. Term used loosely. Mercure and I are teaming up this time, and we play various other perhaps notable names.
Maybe you'll get to play against Olympic legend Bonnie Blair.
I bet you she's probably pretty good at pickleball. Bonnie plays a lot of sports
I bet
still.
she talks a lot of smack, too.
She's the nicest person in the United
She
States of
probably
America.
swears like a sailor.
That was a great shot, Vince. She's so nice.
She's the
Today, what we're
nicest
doing,
lady.
playing with a couple of Brewers assistant coaches. So it's a couple of guys with the Brewers who really like to play. And I'm told they have a spot inside American Family Field, like one of the concourses that even some of them will play from time to time.
Oh, I believe that.
So a couple of these coaches wanted to get in on this, but they couldn't come Friday because they got a ball game. So Mark Cass and Lammy Sports set up a few of us to come down there and work these guys out.
What time will you be there?
That starts at 4 o'clock, so folks can come by and watch that.
And there is free admission, or excuse me, $5 admission day because it's Throwback Thursday from noon till 6. You can get in for $5, and they've got 50% off some beverages for Throwback
great
Thursday.
deals.
And the other thing I would say is that today's the day that Kristen Yelich is at the American Family Insurance house, which is that cool house right
Yeah.
at the Midgate area. it's a house I want to live in, but he'll be there. But people will line up early, but it's a chance to be that close to Christian Yelich, and he's going to do Q&A and
Yeah, his deal is at 5:30,
Yes.
and then the first 50 in line get some VIP after. So if you want some time, some FaceTime with Yelly, going to have to be in line pretty early.
But that's really special. So I love that. And get on the Summerfest app, because I got the push message before they even announced it really publicly. So, yeah. See? It's a song they played on Saturday Night Live that turned a lot of people on.
The first question to Yelich will be something about the Miz.
True. And just a couple other things. The Plymouth Cheese Capital Festival is happening Friday and Saturday, and the Cedarburg Strawberry Festival Saturday and Sunday.
Sandy Max with What's on Tap live from Summerfest tonight. Thanks, Sandy.
Thank you.
9:53.
Adrian was seriously injured when a careless driver merged into her lane.
Gruber was there for everything that I needed. Any questions that I had, Gruber was there. They made me feel like everything about my situation and my accident was very important to them, and that made me feel good. And I would definitely call Gruber again for that.
Serving Wisconsin for over 35 years, Gruber Law Offices, one call, that's all.
They go above and beyond for their clients.
So maybe you got current employees or even candidates for a job at your place. They may seem average at first glance. Others have exceptional potential waiting to be discovered. Question is, how do you know who's who? Which ones are truly ready to excel? Vince Vitrano here for the LAK Group, where they offer a huge range of these employee assessments. So you are working now not just with gut or feelings, but objective data that's backed by research as you make those hiring and development decisions. And LAK Group even has culture assessments that can uncover gaps and opportunities within your company. See everything they have, all of these assessment tools at Transforming Careers. That's transformingcareers.com, LAK. Discover your human advantage.
Don't miss the largest vacation sale in the nation coming this July. It's Fox World Travel's exclusive July sale with Apple Vacations and Celebrity Cruises. July is the best time of the year for unbeatable deals you won't get anywhere else. Get the hottest cruise deals or plan ahead for 2026 all-inclusive resorts paired with nonstop flights. Let Fox World Travel book your vacation and secure your reservation with just a deposit. Visit foxworldtravel.com/July and get on the exclusive list. Sale starts soon.
We're fired up for the 4th at Fleet Farm with deals that'll help you celebrate in style. Save $200 on a Traeger Woodridge pellet grill. On sale now for $699.99. Stay hydrated with 8 packs of Gatorade, 2 for $15. And get 1-gallon 4-packs of Liquid Pool Shock for just $14.99. Get ready for Independence Day with these specials and more at your local Fleet Farm. And check out all the items in our weekly ad, backed by our best price guarantee at fleetfarm.com.
We're Ted and Pam, owners of Church and Chapel Funeral Homes here in town.
Our family, serving your family.
Church and Chapel Funeral Homes. There's one near you.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios, this is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Psychedelic Furs. Many bands of note performing at Summerfest. Weekend 2, day 1 gets underway in just over 2 hours. So, as we were preparing for today's show, we made a lot yesterday and actually a number of days of the big matchup. The Miz v. Skeens at American Family Field. Sellout crowd for a 1:10 first pitch on a Wednesday afternoon.
It was awesome. It was great.
And it lived up to the hype. It was an amazing game. And the Miz did not disappoint. Gave up no runs in his, 5 innings or so?
An outstanding performance.
So
99% on Rotten Tomatoes.
Eric and I are... So what do we do here? We've hyped this kid. We played the song. We called him the Miz. And, as a matter of format, do we, every time this guy pitches, do we give it the full, do we play the song? Do we make it? Or, at some point, does he settle in as just, this is one of our pitchers?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, just one in the rotation.
And I suggested, I'm sorry, it makes me feel good, and I don't care. Full treatment.
The Miz. Miz versus Skeens here this afternoon.
Just about a capacity crowd on hand as the Miz is the first one out of that first base dugout. And what an atmosphere.
1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. 1-0 climbed the ladder, and he strikes out Horwitz. The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Breaking ball down and away. And what a start for the Miz here this afternoon. Listen to this crowd.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. Elevated fastball. 98 on the gun. Strikeout number 4 of the 8 batters that Mizorowski has faced.
2-2 again from Miz. Got him. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a curveball. 1-2 now. Got him. And he locked him up for strike 3. Swing and a miss. He gassed him up. He blew him away. 102 miles an hour. 3-2 pitch. And he got him looking with a slider. Jacob Mizorowski, his 8th strikeout of this game. And about as fired up as you'll see him running back into that first base dugout. I mean, that is just filth from Jacob Mizorowski. He is putting on a show.
Don't think twice. Call Dice.
A great way to add value and curb appeal to your home is with a new LiftMaster or CHI maintenance-free garage door. Hey, it's WTMJ.